bird. this usually take?
Just shivering an immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's the computer.
Oh. Post-mortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining me on this lovely Wednesday. It is May 6th, 2026. And since tomorrow is going to be our special big streamiversary special, 6 years here on Twitch, we're going to be having Thursday BIRDSday today on Wednesday. Call it maybe Wednesday BIRDSday, at Alexander Morrison's suggestion. So anyway, if any of you are you're sitting on some bird photos and want to get those submitted, now's the time to do it, because we'll be getting into that in about 3.5 hours. Anyway, welcome. If anyone's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. This here is Minnie Pie. She's one of my landlords. And this is Paleontologizing. As a paleontologist, I study fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. And this is my means of doing outreach and, believe it or not, making a living. Whether we're here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, or whether we're out in the field digging up dinosaurs and other critters live, collecting data, conducting paleontological fieldwork. The whole point of these streams is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology really works, what fossil science is all about, why it's important, why it's relevant to your everyday life, and, if you want, how you can get involved with paleontology too. So welcome. It's good to have you here. Given that this is an interactive medium here on Twitch, Q&A is kind of our bread and butter. You know, our beyond meat and potatoes here on Paleontologizing. Given that you can type questions or comments or complaints into the chat, we can have a conversation. This is, I hope, more of a back and forth than it is like a lecture. So if you've ever had any questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about the history of life on planet Earth in general, questions about extinction, evolution, the fossil record, the very nature of science itself, go ahead and ask those questions, and let's talk about it. I'll do my best to answer them, and we'll do some learning together. And I'm sure we'll be looking at some of the original scientific literature, too, as we try to do. As a paleontologist, as somebody who actively works in this field and publishes and presents at scientific conferences and everything else, this is the best way that I've been able to find to talk with regular folks about fossil science, to get you excited and hopefully involved. So welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. I think right off the bat we're gonna have to. Well, maybe we take a screenshot with MiniPie here. Do you want to be in our Blue Sky post today, MiniPie? You are rambunctious today. My goodness. Like. Not on the main camera, please. That's why we have the cat cam. You're gonna knock it off the tripod. That's why we have this, you know? That's why we have this. You know? Does any of those turn out? Any of those. We can only do one at a time. And no, that's not particularly good. We can do better than that. You know what? That'll work. It's okay for things to be a little bit scuffed. Maybe we can do even better than that, though. Let's see. There. Here. You know what? That'll work. We'll go with that. Okay, and then we can pay the landlord. All right. You looking for treats? Is that what you're after here? Is that what you're looking for? He's looking for attention. I'm the only one paying attention to you right now? Okay. What's in here? Something that you might find interesting? Not particularly. What about this one? Any options now? Problem. Get picky. Oh, I see those pupils get big. Excited? Let's pick out some of the little ones. I think you might like the little ones better. Hey. Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. You want some of that? Hopefully. Another one. Excellent. Oh yeah, Claire sees the tauntaun here. You think, Minnie? Oh, that one good enough to eat? No, you just want the little ones? I should have mixed these up. Just creating extra work for me. You gotta pick through them and find the exact ones that you want. And now you're gonna eat that one too? Okay. Okay. You're gonna eat part of it, or you're gonna eat the whole thing? You're gonna eat part of it. What about this one? No? Oh, goodness. You're so spoiled, man. You're so spoiled. You know that? You're a very privileged cat. Not only are you a landlord, member of the property-owning class, you get to come over here and show off in front of hundreds of people. Get treats whenever you want. Steal the show. Anyway, let me clean up this mess and yeah. First cat ever to deny treats? She's very sassy, Claire. She really is. Yeah. Spray here. She'll like leave cat treat crumbs and cat saliva all over the place. Be right back. Here, keep an eye on the 3D printer for me for a second. I'll tell you in a little bit what we're printing. But for now, let's get this posted to Blue Sky. T-Matrix says, I invented cats. Is that true? Forgive me if I have my doubts about that. There we go. And there we are. Excellent. But it's on to Paleontology Q&A and Fossil Science News in a little bit, as well as a special Wednesday BIRDSday. Since tomorrow we're doing our 6-year streamiversary special. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm in the wrong scene. Jump in at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Let's talk natural history. That's good enough. All right. But I'm mostly obscured by an inky black void of a domestic cat. My landlord, Mini Pie. Sitting in front of the camera. Our life-sized 3D prints of an Archaeopteryx skeleton. And a Gharial skull. Although you can't really see that.
Walking fast, faces pass, and I'm home back.
Team Rocket, thank you for the 4 months of support. I appreciate it. Thank
Great
you.
content. Keep it up.
And, well, shoot, that reminds me, actually. Because you may have missed it earlier. That's not the right one. Hang on. There we go. Is this thematically appropriate? Thank you, Team Rocket, for the 4 months of support there. Thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Played this a few minutes ago during the opener. But you've prompted me to play it again. And it's fresh in my mind. Alright. Let's get this, Miscellanea. Good enough. Alt text, Paleontologizing looks like it's spelled correctly. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Good stuff. And yeah, if you could resolve that, there you go, Stadler Mulder. If you don't have to watch any ads if you resubscribe. Wolvulus has a great question. What did you schedule for the streamiversary? We are going to be doing, well, kind of like we've done in past years. Might dress up a little bit. I actually didn't do a streamiversary last year because I happened to be in Puerto Rico at the time. Just kind of enjoying that incredible place, tracking down some family history, sort of, and becoming obsessed with leatherback turtles. That's what I was doing last year at this time. But in past years... Here we go. Here's one from a couple years back. Streamiversary special. We'll see if I still have this fake tuxedo. Thank you for the 23 months of support. This month since almost the whole year. But, yeah. We'll be reminiscing about 6 years of paleontologizing. We'll be watching clips, we'll be talking about stuff that we've done in the past, and we'll talk about future plans, too. Very excited about that. And hopefully, we bring in a little bit of money, too, because my revenue always goes down during the field season when I'm doing IRL streams. And this Florida trip isn't going to be cheap. Going there to participate in leatherback turtle research and field work. So hopefully we can help pay my bills as well. But it's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you can be here for it. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Jawa 6-4. Heard that I probably wouldn't have anything to eat if I went back in time to the dinosaurs. You're correct in that most of the plants that we eat today are angiosperms. They are flowering plants, and they evolved long after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. So there's very few plants that are around today that we eat that would have been around during the time of the dinosaurs. There's only a couple. It's like pine nuts, maybe some kinds of seagrasses, and then Shoot, there was one other thing too. I forget what it was. But yeah, nearly everything is pretty modern. Origin. Staple crops. Would I even be able to grow anything if I brought seeds from now? That's a good question, Jawa. I think you probably would, although you risk kind of messing up the timeline, you know? Yeah. I think you very much risk...
Extinction is the motor of substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Thank you, Stadler and Waldorf. Thank you, Stadler and Waldorf, for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. I don't know if I would try that Jawa 64 because you do definitely risk erasing yourself from existence if you end up changing the past. You all know how that works, right? But yeah, seeds from modern plants, if you were to take them back in a time machine and then plant them in Mesozoic soil, I would think that would work unless there's some kind of symbiotic bacteria or other microorganisms that modern plants require that wouldn't be in the soils back in the Mesozoic. I don't know. I don't know enough about plants and seed germination and stuff like that to be able to tell you whether or not that would work. So I'd just say, if you're gonna go travel through time, maybe go into the future, you know? Just watch out for Morlocks, I guess. Anyway, good question. But yeah. Let's see. Now the wheat was wrong. There you go, end it, yeah. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Take plant shoots in pots with bits of soil to get the symbiotic bacteria and fungus. There you go. Yeah. Stadler Waldorf says, I'm scared of the future. It's like I often say, we're at a crucial time in history right now. We could kind of go in one of two directions. Do you want to go into a Mad Max future? Or do you want to go into a Star Trek future? It's kind of up to us right now, you know? Are we going to continue to destroy our planet, mess up the climate, cause an ongoing extinction crisis, and eventually drive ourselves into extinction? Or are we going to figure things out? Are we going to cooperate? Are we going to build a future that we can all thrive in, where people's needs are taken care of, and we coexist in peace and prosperity with the other creatures that we share our planet with? And maybe eventually even go on to explore other worlds. Although I'm quite comfortable here. Like, I'm a big fan of planet Earth. You're not gonna find dinosaurs anywhere else. So yeah. Anywho. I thought our options were Mad Max or 1984. That was a few decades ago, Sandwiches Prees. We're in 2026 now. I always thought 1984 was kind of a ridiculous book, even when I read it back in high school. But yeah. Anywho, world's best planet. Yes, indeed, Claire Bird. Gotta love that Earth, you know? And MS Cog is 220 stream streak. Have I done that many streams? Holy moly.
No big deal. I've been my entire life. If you're close to a water spot,
Tech understanding was covered. Yeah, Jawa. That is kind of the thing with 1984, right? It's like if everything is under constant surveillance all the time, then you would need just as many people watching those monitors as you have being surveilled. For every person who's on camera, you have to have somebody watching that camera, right? More or less. But maybe our tech overlords are trying to solve that problem through AI. But the thing is, AI is so incredibly resource intensive that the whole thing is going to crash before too long. Not only is it incredibly energy intensive, it's also extraordinarily expensive. Like, all of these AI companies would have to... They would need to become 10 times more profitable, like, by the end of the year in order to survive. Like, they're going to be dropping like flies. Just wait. I'm not bullish on AI. Except maybe in the sense that AI is a lot of bull. Don't get me started on that. We're going to get into some fossil news in a little bit. Yeah. Anywho. Fall Machine says, I don't see people changing their behavior, so I think I know which option has been chosen. I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet, you know? That's the thing, is that people who are in charge, people who are elite in society, people who are wealthy and powerful, sure, they want to accrue more wealth and power and for everybody else to wither and starve, but there are way fewer of them than there are of us. Don't ever forget that, you know? There is such a thing as people power. Better future is possible.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
There you go. Lead Crows, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And it's funny that you came up with that, you came in with that alert right there, because to me, I don't know, as a kid, I've written about this before. As a kid, I was a big fan of Godzilla. Because to me, Godzilla kind of emblemized something very reassuring. The idea that, like, there are things more powerful than human power structures and stuff like that, you know? Politicians and governments and business tycoons and robber barons and all this, you know? That's a reassuring thought as a kid when, like, I don't know. You see all the ways that grown-ups are messing up the world, and then you can kind of escape into a fantasy of a Godzilla film where it's like, well, here comes Godzilla trundling up out of the ocean. He's going to wreck some stuff. He's going to make a big mess. And he's going to put people in their place, you know? Nature is far more formidable than we give it credit for being, and Godzilla's kind of emblematic of that. And I don't know, I just found that reassuring as a kid. And I don't know, other people might find this a very distressing thought, but we as human beings, if we continue to mess up this planet, wreck our environment, just ruin everything, planet Earth is just going to shake us off like a bunch of fleas, you know? Not intentionally, not like there's not some underlying motivation or something like that. It's just people who are forcing these changes don't understand these systems. We talked yesterday about the possible collapse of the Gulf Stream current that makes life in Europe possible, essentially, by bringing up warmth from the southern hemisphere, from around the equator, bringing that up to northern Europe. You know, England is at the same latitude as Siberia. Just going by that, they should be roughly equivalent in climate, but they're not because of the Gulf Stream. If we mess things up enough with the climate that the Gulf Stream essentially collapses, that you stop getting that transfer of warmth into the north, Europe is just going to freeze over, like it has been frozen in the past, like during the last ice ages. There are consequences to our actions, and the sooner people realize that, the better off we'll all be. So anyhow, yeah. Europe will freeze over and the southern U.S. will become a desert. There you go. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Andrew's here. How are you doing, Andrew? Welcome, welcome. Maybe Andrew can... Maybe he'll agree with me on this. I don't know. As a paleontologist, we're studying the history of life on Earth. And all of these rises and falls of different dynasties of organisms. You get these massive changes in climate that occur over time. You get these periods of rapid diversification of creatures and then mass extinction events. I think it kind of gives us a perspective, and that, like, we are here on this planet with our puny human lifespans for such a short amount of time. And yet there are these grand changes that can take place over these much grander timescales. It's important to feel small and to recognize that oftentimes we're messing with stuff that we don't really understand and can barely fathom, you know? Well, anyway, yeah. And Broken Pit Meeper says, so is a serious question, how do we not mess it up? Stop changing the composition of the atmosphere. Stop burning fossil fuels, throwing up all this pollution, and causing a greenhouse effect. It's not that complicated. I mean, that's the thing, is that we're doing this in the first place. That means that we can stop doing it. There's still time, too. Like, we've got a crucial period of, like, maybe a decade or so to try to turn this around. Sure, it might seem a little bit late to start now, but it's possible. Not possible, it's necessary. If we want to have a habitable planet for the future, if we want to continue to exist in this more or less comfortable temperature range that we're in right now, if we don't want runaway warming, time is now to do that. And you know, like, all of this stuff happening in the Middle East, Strait of Hormuz and all of that, there could be a real silver lining there. You know, I know it's a pain in the butt to have $8 a gallon gasoline and that kind of thing. More expensive food prices and consumer goods and all of that comes with higher fuel costs. But if this is the kick in the pants that humanity needs to really invest seriously in renewable energy, to stop polluting the atmosphere like we've been doing, to stop this runaway warming, that's what I tell myself, at least, in order to stop from sinking into despair, you know? Maybe this is when things finally start turning around, you know? Yeah. And reduce food waste, too. Absolutely. Lead crows, absolutely. Holy cow. It's insane how much waste goes into agricultural production here in the US and around the world. It's like, what is it, 90-something% of, say, protein-rich things like soy production just goes into feeding livestock? Who in their right mind would ever devise a system like that? It's just incredibly wasteful and stupid. But anyway, yeah. Eddie Scarin says, I want to snap my fingers and eliminate half the population. Don't do that. What? No, that's the... I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. It's really important to be mindful of the ecological impacts of human activities, but don't ever be seduced by this idea that, like, oh, we just need to get rid of half of people or something. Don't become a genocidal maniac in the way that so many, like, tech CEOs are starting to talk. You know, don't don't ever do that, you know? You don't ever want to lose your humanity and become a monster. There are ways that we as human beings can coexist peacefully with the rest of our planet. It's not that hard, you know? But it means that you have to get rid of things like greed and carelessness, selfishness, and like these stupid hierarchies that people devise where they look down their nose at one another and they say, well, I deserve more than you because I'm better than you because I'm of a particular race or religion or whatever, you know? Like, those are profoundly stupid notions. We're better than that as human beings. Like, we have the potential for so much
Tradoon.
empathy and creativity and compassion and cooperation. A better world is possible. Anyhow. And there you go, Track Nerd. Yeah. Have Broken PH Meepers' tech CEOs are talking about that? You don't know about this? Oh, shoot. I live here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, which is a place of tremendous natural beauty and lots of cool people, and it's a lovely place to live. And I'm very lucky. Love this place. But there's also people who, I don't know. You hear some of these like tech CEOs talking about how they need to build these armed compounds in New Zealand and have explosive collars around their workers and their security guards so that they don't get, like, I'll give you a link. I promise I'm not making this up. It sounds ridiculous, like something out of a bad science fiction novel. And it is ridiculous. But that's literally how these people talk. Ordinary people fear AI, where their tech leaders are working to create a permanent underclass, and say they're extremely psyched about it. There's a link right there. This is from today. Installing microchips in employees is the right thing to do, CEO says. You know, like, it sounds insane, and it is insane. But, like, oftentimes these people are... There's a shocking amount of detachment from reality. Yeah. The secret escapes of billionaires, from bunkers to secure compounds. Like, it is legitimately nuts. And you sound insane when you talk about this kind of thing, because you're talking about insane ideas. They actually want to prove the tinfoil hat's correct? They are the tinfoil hats. That's the thing, Hari Seldon. Like, when people reach a certain amount of wealth and power, and they have no accountability to anybody, it's like a severe cognitive impairment, you know? Like, you can afford to be detached from reality because nobody ever tells you no, you know? Anyway, and Rocketman Innovation, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, springboarding off of this concept. Nice little segue here. a very prominent, very wealthy person just died, I think, today or last night. And I think there's important points to be made about this. Here we go. This is from 5 hours ago today. Yeah. And Harry Seldon says, meanwhile, Richard Dawkins got AI psychosis. Well, I mean, Richard Dawkins has been, I think he really kind of fell off the sanity train a while ago. He did some, I think, important work early on, but the guy's very full of himself, and half the time he doesn't know what he's talking about. I could show you, like, we were talking about this when we were watching the Inside Nature's Giants leatherback turtle dissection episode, and Richard Dawkins comes on to talk about the evolution of turtles, and he does not know what he's talking about. He's here saying that sea turtles evolved from land tortoises, and that some, like, just... He doesn't know the first thing about turtle evolution, and they brought him on as an expert, and he's like, yeah, I'll do that. He's very, very frequently out of his league about things. And it's one of those situations where, like, somebody might present themselves as being an expert and very trustworthy, but then they start talking about something that you personally know a lot about. And you hear what they say, and it's like, what are you talking about? You know? So that's kind of how I feel about Richard Dawkins. Like, any time that he talks about, say, the evolution of dinosaurs or something, it is very clear that he is way outside of his league. And it really kind of makes you wonder if he ever really knows what he's talking about. Anywho, Ted Turner. It might help if I turn the sound on here, huh?
He broke every mold. He changed the world.
Known as the Mouth of the South and Captain Outrageous, Ted Turner built a media empire that changed cable news forever.
I didn't have any upper limits to how far we could go.
Champion, philanthropist, environmentalist.
I don't know how to quit.
Ted Turner has a dinosaur named after him, which we'll talk about in a minute, because he made a contribution to dinosaur paleontology. And I've met him. I didn't know it was him at the time until maybe 20 minutes after that. But I'll tell you that in a minute.
It's not in my genes.
But growing up wasn't easy for Ted. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1938, his parents sent him to boarding school when he was just 4 years old.
I didn't like boarding school. I wanted to be home.
Anyway. So you can watch this if you'd like, start to finish. Here is a link. But the point that I'm going to make here is that Ted Turner, despite being disgustingly wealthy and everything, he was like a guy who was passionate about the environment. I don't agree with a lot of his business practices, but like, I think deep down, he wasn't a terrible person. And it kind of goes to show just how much like the business tycoon has degraded in time until the present. Today everybody's saying there will never be another guy like Ted Turner. You know? And I wonder if that's true, you know? Seems like it very well might be.
But in 1996, he sold his networks to Time Warner. He got almost $8 billion.
I said, Ted, if you sell, you will no longer be captain of your own ship.
Ted Turner. Ted.
5 years later, Time Warner merged with AOL, and Ted was out.
Ted used the description, I've been fired. Ted got shafted, and it hurt.
It was more than...
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from...
And Tesnight14, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
MacGyver says Dawkins is right on religion, though. He doesn't even think he's right on religion. Dawkins came out, he said recently, I'm a Christian. He said, I'm a cultural Christian. Like, he doesn't even have the guy's awful confused about a lot. And I think that confusion only fuels further confidence, which is a dangerous situation to be in, you know? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Just a company to me, it was a way of life.
He lost his empire and the love of his life. After 10 years of marriage, he and Jane parted ways.
But you love her still?
Yeah.
To this very day?
To this very day.
And Jawa says CNN being the first, I think, 24-hour news network. It was, yeah. I mean, I think overall, 24-hour news has not been a good thing for journalism overall. I don't think it's been good for culture. I think there's a lot wrong with that. Like, yeah.
But Ted never gave up. His final act, saving the planet. He created the UN Foundation and the
Dirter Bus says, thank you for touching on worldly... Yeah, Dirter Bus, I mean, that's the thing, is that if I were to ignore problems that are going on in the world while we're talking about scientific concepts like evolution and extinction and climate change, these are the things that they're principal components of paleontology. To only be able to talk about that in the past and not draw any lessons from that for the future, I think is incredibly naive, and I'm not about to do that, you know? Scientific concepts like dirter, yes, there you go, Charlie Strachan, yeah. We could be a little bit goofy about things too, you know? Yeah. Anywho.
Nuclear Threat Initiative. On his Montana ranch, he...
This is where I met Ted Turner.
Made it his mission to save the bison.
Hi.
This is where I met him, at Ted's Montana Grill in Bozeman, Montana. This is like well, it's the nicest restaurant in town that I knew about. He used to go there and visit sometimes. So I don't remember which specific time it was that I met him, but I used to take dates there sometimes. It might have been one of those. Or one time I took Bobby and Sarah Bozenecker out to dinner there when I was kind of getting to know them. And they're two well-known paleontologists today. But Bobby was doing his master's degree at Montana State at the time. And he was also from California. And I'm like, hey, let's go talk about fossils. Like, so I was able to, like, pry him out of his office for a while. And yeah, the promise of a free meal got him and Sarah out there, and that was nice. I don't know if it was that time or when I took Denver and Liz out to dinner once, and then they insisted on paying, which was very, very classy of them. But it was one of these times I was there waiting at like at the entrance to the restaurant. There's like this side door that comes off of, would that be Mendenhall Avenue? And yeah, there's a person there at the podium. I don't know if they're called the maitre d' or whatever. I don't know how these things work, you know. Outside of my element here. But there was this beautiful artwork in the background. There were these lovely paintings, and one of them is like a sunset over a Montana lake. And I think there was an elk there standing in the water. I'm just admiring that painting. And then I hear somebody say, oh, what do you think of the art? And I go, you know, I really like it. I've been looking at this for about 10 minutes now. Like, it's good stuff. And he's like, yeah, I'm glad you like it. He said something like, I take special care to pick artwork that people will enjoy. And it was Ted Turner. Wild. This would have been probably like 2012, something like that. Maybe 2011. But yeah, he used to do that. Just go in and like check on the restaurants every once in a while. There's a few different locations for these, but he had a house, I think, in like Big Sky, Montana, just south of Bozeman. So he used to pop by sometimes.
Well, you never go home, do you?
I know.
And he opened restaurants to ensure their survival.
Yeah, there's the one in Bozeman. So down this street, the block behind this on the corner is an O'Reilly Auto Parts. And that's where I worked for years when I was in Montana. Just a block away from Ted's Montana Grill. But yeah, this is the. I don't know if it was the fanciest restaurant in Bozeman. It probably wasn't the most expensive, but it was good, and they had a lot of food, good portions, and it was like nice without being super pretentious. I liked it. But yeah, I used to walk by this every single day on my way to work.
Of the outdoors has made him perhaps the #1 environmentalist that I've ever known.
Before his 80th birthday, Ted revealed he had Lewy body dementia, a progressive disease.
Anyway, again, here's a link if you want to watch the rest of that. And Neverwinter says, have there ever been any dinosaurs excavated on Ted's property? Yes. No videos on it, but I can show you some articles. There we go. Come on. NewMexicoCulture.org has taken a long time to load. But Ted Turner had a ranch in New Mexico. And on his, I guess, privately owned land there, paleontologists found a new species of horned dinosaur. New genus and species. It may turn out to be a junior synonym of Pentaceratops or somebody like that, but... Anyway, this is from 2021. I think we covered this when it came out. Researchers from the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science and the University of Bath described Sierraceratops turneri, a newly discovered horned dinosaur from New Mexico that lived 72 million years ago. The team reported their findings in a paper recently published in the journal Cretaceous Research. This is the same journal that I've published in. Trurarchunkus was published in this same journal. Yeah. And Stephen Jasinski, I know. Very cool, Neverwinter. Yeah, I figured you might know something about this, given that you asked the question. Yeah. Sierraceratops was collected from a layer of rocks that has been understudied as far as its fossils and dinosaur fauna, says Jasinski. We spent more time researching and collecting an understudied strata like this. We find that different rocks often have different dinosaurs. And these distinct dinosaur communities are frequently unique, particularly if they are from different times or ages. The fossil bones were discovered in late Cretaceous rocks of the Hall Lake Formation near Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Which is a funny story. Truth or Consequences? They renamed the town to that name. After, like, a 1950s game show. I guess that was the name of them. We'll get into that in a minute. But on a ranch owned by Ted Turner, founder of CNN, the cable news network. Fossils were collected by scientists and volunteers from the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science? New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science, yeah. NMMNHS. So what's cool is... I don't know if Ted Turner provided any funding to this, but I think he owned the land on which the fossils were found. And he wanted them to go to science, you know? I think a lot of other wealthy people would have been like, no, that's my property. You can't have that. But Ted Turner... I guess to the extent that he did this, he understood the importance of paleontology and the importance of a public good like fossil science, you know? So yeah. And that show was with Bob Barker, really? Trek nerd? That's really funny. Truth or Consequences. Here. Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. There's the main street there. Really small town out there in Not that small, 6,000 people. There's certainly smaller towns. It has frequently been noted on lists of unusual place names for having chosen to rename itself in March 1950 after the Truth or Consequences radio show, not even a television show. Yeah. Good stuff. And Statler and Waldorf says, so Ted was a pretty cool dude? You know, I met him personally for like a few seconds. I don't know him very well. But I can tell you that I have, as far as billionaires go, generally positive feelings about Ted Turner. Because of the conservation work that he's done in Montana, because of his environmental advocacy, and because of his support for paleontology, at least in the sense that he let paleontologists work on his land, and they were impressed enough by that to name a dinosaur after him. So yeah. Southern Wilderness says, sounds like a cool dude. I mean, to the extent that anybody who's that disgustingly wealthy can be cool, I think he was. Yeah. If that's fair to say. But yeah. Yeah. And Wombat Hole says, can you separate the sedimentary layers with an insulator and use an LED to detect a difference? Yeah, I mean, you just usually use the old Mark I eyeball if you're trying to tell different rock layers apart. This is going to be a recurring theme throughout the summer as I'm streaming from the field. At least a few times every stream, new people will come in and they go, well, can't you just use some sort of radar or sonar or magic X-ray glasses or AI to be able to look inside the rocks and find the dinosaurs so you don't have to dig them up? And no, none of that stuff works. But yeah. Occasionally you can do that kind of thing in the laboratory. In fact, that's becoming increasingly common to be able to take a fossil jacket that's been brought back from the field and then you put it into a CT scanner, let's say. And technicians who have been trained to do this can look at the 3D model that's generated and digitally prepare it so they can essentially like remove the rock in the digital file and just show you the shape of the bones and everything so that you can 3D print it. But you're still gonna miss a lot there, as opposed to actually having the physical bones in your hands that you can turn them over and look at them and all of that. Like, I don't think we're at the point where you can do histology based on a scan yet. But yeah. Salamander says, yeah, Danny, come on, just echolocate the fossils. Exactly, right? Yeah. Yeah. Pick up the island and shake the fossils out. There you go, Fall Machine, yeah. Yeah, and Chaotic Time Traveler says, relaying thanks from my mom. Sorry it took me so long to get to your message. Thank you, Claire, for relaying this further. Chaotic Time Traveler says, my mom makes greeting cards and used to make a different a retirement card for an entomologist by tomorrow. I used OneZoom to find a cricket with retire in its name. That's awesome, Chaotic Time Traveler. That's really cool. And what a neat use of OneZoom. That's really, really cool. So anyway, yeah. I guess if we're talking about, you know, wealthy folks like Ted Turner, I think what Dirt or Bust says right there makes sense. Like, it seems like for most people who become disgustingly wealthy, the process turns them into a villain. But Ted Turner, that seems not to be the case as much. Again, I don't know enough about him to really have a strong opinion about this. But what I can say, the point that I want to make here, is that his approach to fossil science was the correct one for a wealthy person. He's not going and getting scammed and hurting our science by paying tens of millions of dollars to purchase and privately own a fossil specimen. Like the case of this ripoff. We talked about this on stream, that this is like mostly 3D printed parts. That whole skull there for that Allosaurus is the same one that I have here in my office.
Our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Plants are dope. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That's excellent. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Enjoy all those emotes. Like those. Anyway. Many people who have way too much money, if they're at all enthusiastic about fossils, they have an acquisition mindset here. They're like, I must purchase this and own it for myself and hoard it and keep it away from the rest of the world. It's not what Ted Turner did. He let paleontologists dig on his land. And under U.S. law, those fossils belong to the landowner. And as I understand it, he said, no, take this to the museum. I'll sign it off. These should belong to the public. That's an approach that I can admire, that I can be grateful for, I can praise. Ted Turner did that right. And, you know, paleo salute to him for doing that. For not being a villain in that regard. So I hope that makes sense. Anyhow. Should we do some Metazoa? Get into that? It was kind of surprising to me, actually, that Sierra Ceratops, there weren't more headlines about the Ted Turner connection here.
That means, then, that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
We'll be talking about exactly that, Kodali. Thank you for the 49 months of support, Kodali. It's good to see you. Given that it's Wednesday BIRDSday today, we'll be talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs in a little bit. We're in about 2.5 hours. But it is kind of funny to me that, they didn't make a big deal about this when it came out. But yeah, it was discovered in 1997 on the Armendaris Ranch of Ted Turner, founder of CNN, near Truth or Consequences in Sierra County, New Mexico. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. And it's proper Thursday BIRDSday in my time zone. There you go, Rushwing. Yeah, down there in Australia. Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit. And Oddbjorg says, is it technically correct to say that Neanderthals are not extinct since some of them have living direct descendants? I don't know if that's how I don't know how direct those descendants are. I myself have more than my fair share of Neanderthal DNA. That might be indirect descendants rather than direct descendants. I'm not totally sure, Oddbjorg, how these things work. I'm not an expert in genealogy or descent like that, you know? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Oddbjorg. It's a good question. I'm not equipped to answer it properly. Yeah. You don't want to know, Alexander? I mean, it's whatever. You know, we talk about phylogeny and ancestry being an important thing in paleontology. We're studying how different things are related to one another. But when it comes to human beings, I don't really care. Like, I find that sort of thing really boring and irrelevant most of the time. It's the cool thing about us as human beings is that nature and nurture are so interwoven and inextricable, and like, I don't know, I don't want to have like an essentialist viewpoint about human beings. I don't really care where you came from or who your ancestors are. There's so little genetic diversity within the human species to start with. It's been said that like within a single troop of chimpanzees, they will have more differences in their genomes than two people who are from the opposite sides of planet Earth, different cultures and different backgrounds and everything else. We are all much more similar to each other as human beings than many individuals of other species are to each other, you know? I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. I'm not going to dwell on this subject because I don't really know much at all about paleoanthropology, about human ancestry in the near term. Let's talk about the Mesozoic. Let's talk about mammals that lived back then, you know, during the Cretaceous, let's say. But when we get into like hominids and stuff, there's a huge, thriving field, paleoanthropology, with so much that's been published on it. I mean, you could, and some people do, fill entire libraries just with books on the early evolution of humans, human ancestors, and hominidae, and there's like maybe a couple of books here in my library that are of anything to do with that, really. I guess my point is that that is a very well-established field, and there's so much to learn, and I don't know any of that. It's well outside my realm of expertise. I don't feel qualified to talk about it. So yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I like hominin evolution. Awesome. A lot of people do. I mean, shoot, it's relevant to us as human beings to know what our direct ancestors were like, where they came from, what's all the details there. That's, I guess in an academic sense, all that stuff is interesting. I just don't personally feel all that thrilled by it. It's just, I don't know, to each their own. That's not something that I get particularly worked up about, you know? There's a reason I'm going to Florida in 2 weeks to go work with leatherback turtles, and not going to Kenya to look for Australopithecines in those rocks, you know? Different folks have different interests, and that's cool. It's what makes life a rich and beautiful tapestry with lots of different people with their own things going on, you know? Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I appreciate that about you. Like, it's awesome to have people in the chat, especially moderators, who know much more than I do about particular aspects of paleoanthropology, botany, phylogeny of different mollusks, things like that, you know? Yeah. Anyway, with that said, talking about ancestry and all that, let's jump into Metazoa here, our daily animal guessing game, or guessing challenge, or whatever you want to call it. We'll call it a game, so I can say, yeah, I definitely play games on stream. I'm a gamer, right? We're gaming here, chat. And Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie, do you know why any of this is possible? Why we're able to figure out the mystery animal of the day in 20 guesses or fewer? Try and do it in 5 or fewer. It's precisely because we, and I'm using the scientific we here, we have a fairly robust and ever-strengthening understanding of the history of life on Earth and the relatedness of different critters on our planet. As far as we know, all living things on Earth are not only related, but, well, they're related because they descend from a common ancestor. You go back about 3 or 4 billion years into Earth's past, and you'll find, well, if you were to go back in a time machine, maybe you would see some of the first proto-cells that gave rise to all other creatures that exist on our planet today. For Metazoa, we only really have to deal with animals, which certainly simplifies things. So there's the animals there. So, Sweetie Pie, we're going to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is using this evolutionary family tree. And we're going to try and do it in as few guesses as possible. Huh. Huh. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie? What should we start with? Should we start with a cat? We can do that. I like to start off with a mammal oftentimes because Metazoa is kind of... There's a certain bias toward mammals in this game. Understandable. You know, the developers are mammals themselves. So, you know, we won't begrudge them that. So we'll start off with a mammal. Let's start off with cat. You like that? What do you think? Is that a good idea? Yeah? Okay, let's do it. Let's dive in.
Hold on to your butts.
Come on. A little slow today. Let's start off with cat. Oh, and that is a great place to start off. Thank you for the suggestion, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, our critter's not a cat, but it is a Laurasiathere. So we're actually pretty close. We're pretty close already. Yeah. I'll show you what I mean, chat. Well, Laurasiatheres include all of these critters. It's the Eulipotyphlins, hedgehogs and moles and stuff, and the carnivorans, like lions and tigers and bears, weasels and foxes and hyenas and otters and what have you. Plus the bats, things like pangolins, perissodactyls, artiodactyls, whales are part of this too. So, what are the mammals here? There's the babbles. Babbles. Babble bilk. Babbles. You got the monotremes, and you have the marsupials up here, but we're dealing with placental mammals. We guessed cat, and a cat is a member of Carnivora, which is up here. But Metazoa didn't say cat, didn't say carnivora, and it says Laurasiathere. So we know our critter's got to be a member of this clade. We could take a left and see if it's an insectivore, like a mole or a hedgehog. Or Eulipotyphlin. Insectivore is kind of an antiquated term. Could be an artiodactyl. One of these guys. Yesterday it was giraffe. Or we know it's not going to be a carnivoran, or else it would have said that. But our critter could still be a perissodactyl. an odd-toed ungulate. Although I kind of doubt that. We had donkey the other day. So I kind of doubt they'll do another one again this soon. But I don't know how randomized it is. Or it could be a bat. We also had a bat the other day, too. It was vampire bat over the weekend. So I'm guessing just by the numbers, our critter is probably going to be an artiodactyl. A cloven-hoofed ungulate. I know we had one yesterday, but let's try something like blue whale. I see the creature is showing off the window to their singular brain cell. You know, I try, Ms. Blue Skies. I try and do that. I hope I'm coming across as articulate. And, if not intelligent, at least coherent. I do my best. Alright, blue whale. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And our critter is an artiodactyl, but it's not a whale. So we're on the right track. We're getting closer. No guesses wasted yet. Like, each one has brought us closer and closer. Only used 2 so far. We're doing really well. So our critter is an artiodactyl, but it's not a member of Hippomorpha. This is the group that includes whales and hippos. Whales evolved from a land-living hoofed mammal, close to the ancestor of hippos. You got it in 4. Nice, Salamander. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. So, we know it's not going to be a member of this clade. It could be a camelid, or a suid like a pig, or it could be a bovid, or a cervid. Let's see. There's a few different directions we could go in with this. I think I want to go in the bovid direction. There's a lot of bovids in Metazoa. These are overrepresented in the game. This is cows and antelope and their relatives. You know, in honor of Ted Turner, let's try bison. Let's see. Let's try it. And no. No. Alright, so we know our critter's not a bovid. And it's not a cetacean or a member of Hippomorpha. Let's try camel, maybe. Yeah. Could be a camelid. So all of these guys are camels. Llamas are kind of camelid, as are their wild relatives / ancestors, guanacos, right? Yeah, I think that alpaca is a domesticated vicuña, and llamas are domesticated guanacos. Do I have that right? Correct me if I have it wrong. Let's try camel. And no. Not only is that not right, it didn't get us any closer. Okay, well, of course it wouldn't have gotten us closer. That's the basal clade. Let's try a cervid, like an elk. I know they're closer to bison, but all right, let's try. Elk. Also no. Oh, those are both members of Pecora. I did say that they were close to bison. But I didn't know they had this subclade in it. That's so frustrating. Oh man, and we've already used our 5 guesses, so I'm at this point going to be raising our average. That's not great. Let's well, we know it's not a camelid. We haven't tried the suids yet. Haven't tried those pigos. see what we have. Por los cochinos. Pig. Alright, we have pig. We have pig wild boar, which I think is the same thing in this game. We have warthog. And... is that it? I kind of doubt they have Babirusa, but we can try that. They don't. Let's try pig. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Oh boy, it's taken a while. Does this mean it's it? Yeah, nice. 6 guesses isn't terrible. It's not terrible. But, yeah. Let's talk about these critters, shall we? What do you think, sweetie pie? You want to talk about a pig? Yeah? Oh. How many guesses did it take yesterday to get the answer? Let's check, Max Devlin, because I know I posted about it yesterday. We have a log of this. It took me 4 guesses yesterday. Here, let's take that and share our new one. Strong start today. Got a little bogged down. Let's find some videos on Pigos there, sweetie pie. Let's see if Animal Fact Files has a video. They always do good work. Okay. No. They went on Babirusa's, but that's not what we're looking for. Animalogic, perhaps? Oh boy. Yeah, since wild boar is our, that's what they're calling it for Metazoa here. Super pigs are the villains we deserve is the title of this Animalogic video here. I will give you a link. There we go.
In the world about us today, there are about 500,000 species of animals. Most of these were domesticated by man before history began.
It took thousands of years to tame them, but these animals returned to their wild ways in a hot minute.
By the way, one of the critters just shown there is currently cooking up on the 3D printer. Anybody want to guess what it is? There was a brief flash of several animals who had been domesticated and then gone feral. Who do you think is on the 3D printer right now? Not a whale. They were never domesticated, Ms. Blue Skies. What do you think, sweetie pie? Is it a cat? Ooh. And Reshwing got it there. Watch out, sweetie pie. Ding, ding, ding. It's a pigeon that I'm currently printing. You can't tell that based on looking at it because it's not nearly done. But, there you go, Miss Blue Skies, yeah. In honor of Wednesday BIRDSday, we have that most regal of creatures, Columba livia, the feral pigeon. I will, show you the model. Here it is. Excellent. This is the one that I'm currently printing. Yeah, I'm only printing it from the waist, or the knees up at this point, because it'll save me filament that way. I print the top, and then I'll print the bottom afterward, and I'll glue them together. But, yeah. Yeah, that'll be a nice addition for future Thursday birthdays, especially if I paint it up just like this. And pig is in the name. It's a winter today. There you go, Turtle Bust. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Good stuff. This is going to be neat. I'm excited about this, actually. Like, inordinately excited to paint this particular dinosaur. Yeah. And yeah, like chat, they are also semi-feral. They're undead, yeah. Formerly domesticated. And they broke containment.
500,000 species of animals. Most of these were domesticated by man before history began.
It took thousands of years to tame them, but these animals returned to their wild ways in a hot minute. This is the other side of domestication. These are the feral animals. Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animalogic's Second Nature. We've talked before on the channel about the domestication of animals, but what happens when domesticated animals rewild themselves?
There's something about this that's kind of like, you know, man has always loved his animals, but what happens when his animals say, no more? It kind of reminds me of this a little bit.
We now return to When Buildings Collapse on Non-Stop Fox.
Hey, Lise, want to join us?
Room for one more.
We're watching the TV.
So for context, this is an episode where Lisa thinks that as she grows up as a Simpson that she will be stupid. Lisa considers herself fairly intelligent, and so she thinks this is a fate worse than death. And so here, she's trying to kind of accept this fate and at least, like, you know, build a bond with her brother and her dad.
Hey, Lise, want to join us?
Room for one more.
We're watching the TV.
I should make that an alert. We're watching the TV.
Man has always loved his buildings. But what happens when the buildings say no more?
The boat collapses the wrong way.
I didn't think it was gonna fall over.
The best part was when the buildings fell down.
Yeah. Maybe people got hurt.
Hey, yeah.
And now, a Channel 6 editorial reply.
Boring.
And now, when surgery goes wrong.
All right, sounds good.
And there, Harry Seldon, yeah. Beautiful. Anyway. So man has always loved his animals.
Watching Animalogic's Second Nature. We've talked before on the channel about the domestication of animals. But what happens when domesticated animals rewild themselves? There are about 50 species of animals that have been domesticated by humans.
And there's a lot of dispute, actually, over that particular number. Whether or not certain creatures were ever truly domesticated, it all depends on how you define the term domestication. Like, were domestic cats ever truly domesticated? Sweetie Pie says yes. Minnie Pie says no way. So opinions differ on this.
To be successfully domesticated, animals need to have 6 characteristics. They need a diverse appetite, but doesn't overlap too much with human food. They need to grow and mature quickly to make it worth it for humans to invest the time and effort to raise them. They have to be willing to breed in captivity and be docile enough to handle. And they need to be social creatures, and ones that don't get too scared by their human captors. Feral animals, on the other hand, are previously domesticated creatures that have escaped captivity and have the ability to survive without human care.
Pigeons are so
If you live in a city, you're no stranger to the feral pigeons all around you that are descended from domesticated rock doves.
Yep.
You'll also know that these scrappy birds don't need a lick of human care to thrive. Except all of our garbage. But that's really stretching the definition of the word care. OG Animalogic fans will remember that our second episode ever was on pigeons. It was actually our first episode, but they aired out of order. That's neither here nor there. I love pigeons, and thankfully the rest of the world might soon be catching up.
Pigeons, love or hate them?
Hate them.
A scourge on the city. Get rid of them. They're a nuisance. Look at all the crap on the ground.
They're really dumb.
They're really ugly.
Well, maybe not, but I love pigeons, and so do my friends Lucas and Laura from No Brainers, who I'm super excited.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video. Let's skip to the pig part because I don't want to spend the whole time watching this. This video is, like, what, 18 minutes long? Top Trike says, would be crazy if something came along and tried to domesticate us, lol. Like in War of the Worlds. That book freaked me out when I was in 6th grade. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Amelie 6, never eat pizza again, or pasta, never ever again. Well, the second option, never ever again, is stronger than just ever again. So I'm gonna go with pizza. Because never ever again, I mean, shoot, at least I could have pizza every once in a while, right? If it's only never again? Or never eat pizza ever again, or pasta never ever again.
In all the
I'm still
world,
gonna go
there
with
are
pasta.
fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Salamandius, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Thank you, Salamandius, for the 5 gift subs. There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads for the next month, which means I'm going to be out there in Florida working with leatherback turtles, and those 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads during those streams. And I'll be in Wyoming already, digging up dinosaurs for the first part of their, or for the last part of their ad-free viewing. Thank you, Salamandius, for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Order of multiplication is the same. I don't think PEMDAS applies to that, Ms. Blue Skies. That's a math thing. We're talking literature here. Although is algebra is that a mixture of math and literature? Anyway, let's get to the pigs. Pigs.
We start our wild journey with pigs, which have turned out to be extremely successful if they manage to escape back into the wild. Highly invasive super pigs, or an ecological train wreck, as they've been immortalized in the media, have started to become a huge menace in Canada and the US.
And in Central America, too. They're one of the major threats to leatherback turtle nests in a lot of countries because they'll go and they'll dig up the nests.
a so-called super pig invasion.
Super pigs, the hard-to-eradicate animal, may be invading the United States soon. Wildlife managers
may be invading the United States. They have been in the U.S. for decades, Fox News. Again, leave it to Fox News to try and turn feral pigs into like a foreigners invading kind of problem. Just even in that brief little clip, don't get me started.
called this animal the worst invasive large mammal on the planet.
And they've been known to eat birds and even small deer. Experts say they are smart, elusive, and dangerous.
And as you can see, these animals have no problem adapting to cold weather.
A leading researcher says we've already missed the window to eradicate the pests and warns these hogs are a real risk to national parks.
Albertans are encouraged to squeal on pigs.
It sounds like they're just letting them go crazy. They're letting them go, Maggie, hog wild.
You just can't barbecue your way out of a wild pig problem.
These hard-to-eradicate feral pigs are self-made crossbreeds of wild Eurasian boars and domesticated swine. And they've adapted the best of both those lineages.
I wonder if anybody in chat can tell me this. Pop quiz here. How is it that domestic pigs have been able to crossbreed with European wild hogs? Why is that? How could they do that? How and why and what? And what? Let's check Metazua, says Top Trike. Yeah. Good point. Because European wild boars are where domestic pigs come from. Domestic pigs are a domesticated variant of wild boar. They are still the same species, and given a chance to be in their natural environment and then especially interbreed with invasive wild boars that have been brought to North America, they go feral. Yeah. So yeah, and aren't the boars in the U.S. descended from escaped pigs, Crimson? I think they are. Yeah. I don't think we have native wild boars in the U.S. We have javelinas. So here we go. Eurasian wild pig, Sus scrofa. This is where the domestic pig comes from. We've got warty pigs, bearded pigs, bush pigs, warthogs, babirussas. And here we go, peccaries. So javelinas are a kind of peccary. So it's an entirely different genus, different family, actually. Yeah, here. Javelina or peccary or skunk pig. People call them skunk pigs. That's so funny. Yeah, so these are not actually pigs. Peccaries, strictly speaking, are not pigs. They're relatives of pigs. They're from a different genus, a different family. The Tayasuidae. So given that they evolved in this environment in North America, in the Caribbean, they have natural predators. Ecosystems have had a long time to be shaped by and to shape these animals. They've evolved alongside one another. They're integrated, you know? That's the problem with invasive species, is that they're not integrated. They show up and they just run roughshod over everything around them. They might not have any natural predators. There might not be diseases to help contain them. They just kind of blitzkrieg their way across an ecosystem. There's nothing to deal with them. Whereas peccaries, they've been around for a long time. They're members of the community. Does that make sense? So yeah.
They have the tenacious survival skills of wild boars, eating whatever they find while tearing up land as they root for food.
And Hari Seldon says, I guess they're too tough for the wolves and cougars that remain in North America? What wolves and cougars? There's hardly any of those left in North America, unfortunately. That's the thing, is that that's probably one of the things that's leading to the spread of invasive wild hogs, is that they don't... Human beings have done away with most of the big predators, you know? And these guys reproduce so fast, too. It's an issue.
They are smart, adaptable, and furry, which
So
is essential
Crimson
for
is
surviving
perfect, yeah.
harsh winters without a human-made shelter. They even dig what have been dubbed pigloos into the snow to hunker down and survive the cold.
They're smart.
In addition to these wild boar qualities, super pigs also have the hyperfertility of their domesticated counterparts.
Yep.
By 4 to 8 months old, female super piggies a year. Super pigs will eat anything they can get their snouts around, from crops like corn, wheat, and canola, to insects, birds, reptiles, and even small mammals. They've been known to raid farms, and when they do, they come in trotters blazing. They storm in, frightening and scattering livestock, and proceed to demolish their food.
Void Mug says, super pigs can also fly. Maybe in the comic books, I don't know about. We'll continue watching. We'll see if we see any of
In
that.
addition to tearing up the landscape in their insatiable search for sustenance, they also spread disease to the domestic swine that they terrorize. Neither pigs nor wild hogs are native to North America.
Nope.
Pigs were originally brought over in the 1500s by early colonizers. Wild boars, however, have a much more recent history, being brought into Canada in the 1980s and 90s to diversify livestock and as something novel to hunt. How the turntables...
Yeah, now we're the
Australia
hunted.
had a similar issue with their feral pigs.
Now wild boars hunt Canadians.
Swine were brought over hundreds of years ago with the first colonists, and now over 45% of the mainland and several islands are plagued by these formerly domesticated pigs.
And Moose says we have an open season on them in Middle Michigan for about 10 years now. That makes sense. I wonder if that really puts much of a dent in their population, though. That's the thing, is they do reproduce so quickly, and they're so adaptable that... Yeah. I guess it's a nice idea to try and have people, like, of their own free will try and track down these animals and harvest them for food, but, like, I really do wonder whether even having just open season on them, whether hunters can really help solve this problem, or whether it's really more of a nice thought, you know?
We were flying along the coast when we
There you go,
saw
Alexander, yeah.
3 large feral pigs and 1 young pig being followed by a dingo. As the hunt unfolds, you can see the damage to this country caused by the digging and rooting of feral pigs.
As every farm boy knows, pigs can't swim and don't want to learn. But although they said it couldn't be done, they didn't count on pig-headed determination.
Pigs can swim? What are they talking about?
And once Missy got a taste of applause, all that natural ham took over.
On the slightly more sunny side of feral pigs, there are also the swimming pigs of an uninhabited island in the Bahamas called Big Major Key. While there are many stories...
Isn't this the one from the advertisements for Fire Festival? Wasn't this a thing? Is it the same place? I think it is. There you go, Crimson. Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to show the videos, but I'm pretty sure it is. When they were promoting that big scam, the whole Fire Festival disaster thing, I'm pretty sure to help hype it up, they like hired a bunch of models to go swimming with the pigs, and then they put ads all over Instagram or whatever. I don't know. You could look it up if you don't believe me, but I'm not going to show the footage.
Stories circulating as to how these pigs ended up on this island. No one knows for sure how it was overtaken by water-loving pigs. Their population has been estimated to be around 50 to 60 individuals, and they have become a major tourist attraction.
Yep.
In an interesting twist, local residents of nearby islands now feed the swimming pigs. So these domesticated pigs who went feral have now come full circle and been tamed again.
Then man discovered that the wild horses roaming the plains could be tamed.
Moving across the barnyard now, let's talk about horses. Most of what we...
Void Mike says, what's next? Arctic pigs? We used to have them, you know, earlier on in Earth history when things were warmer. And we're probably heading in that direction again. If we do have a Mad Max future, like we talked about earlier in the stream, if climate change continues unabated, you will probably have wild pigs moving up into the Arctic Circle.
We consider to be truly wild.
And then there you go, to drive them. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, 30 to 50 feral hogs. Yep. Yep.
Wild horses are actually just feral populations.
Mm-hmm.
There is only one remaining wild horse species, called the taki, also known as Przewalski's horse or the Mongolian wild horse.
I've always pronounced it Przewalski's horse, but I know there's a lot of different pronunciations.
This endangered...
Anyway, here's the link if you want to watch the rest of this. Excellent work from Animal Logic. Speaking of wild horses... I logged some this past summer on iNaturalist. There we go. There's me and Fisher.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Mustache Mike does. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that, Prime. Thank you, Mustache Mike. Superb. Excellent. Thanks for keeping me here online. Yeah, so here is Fisher McDarmid photographing these Mustangs, these wild horses, out there in Wyoming this past summer. We saw them a lot this past year, and hopefully we see them a lot again this year. They had quite a few babies with them, so they'd had a successful couple of years. And they weren't shy about coming close to the vehicle either. Yeah. Anywho. I'm so excited to log a bunch of stuff in iNaturalist in a couple weeks when I'm in Florida. Oh, man. But yeah, good stuff. And Cepheid Variable says Przewalski is the correct Polish pronunciation. Thank you, Cepheid Variable. That's what I thought. It's nice to have confirmation. But anyway, yeah. Pigs. Wild boars. Interesting critters. The introduction of pigs to the island of Mauritius is one of the main factors that led to the extinction of Rhaphis cuculatus, the dodo, which was a giant flightless pigeon that existed on those islands for like 6 million years or something like that. Long, long time. They'd been very successful. They'd survived all kinds of cataclysms. They'd adapted beautifully to that island environment. And then within, it's like less than 100 years after Europeans discovered them. Well, I guess we can say discovered without quotation marks, because the islands were uninhabited first. There were no humans there. But people brought rats and dogs and pigs to the islands, and the pigs ate a lot of the dodo's eggs and ended up, along with other things, driving them into extinction. So yeah. Anywho. On the brighter side of things, a creature that is not extinct, and I've been looking a lot at on iNaturalist this morning, is this. I just 3D printed a new one too, in a different style. Check this out. I think this is neat. little flat leatherback turtle like this. I might stick a Velcro strip on the back of this, and I can maybe put it on my streaming bag and take it to Florida. But how cool is that? Yeah. 29 minutes to print, and I need to do a manual filament color change in the middle, but as long as I keep an eye on it, I can do it. But I thought it was pretty nifty. I'm going to look into maybe doing a bunch of these and offering them as like a fundraising reward if we do a leatherback turtle fundraiser later on in the year. We'll see. But, yeah, I thought this was pretty nifty. Thanks, Ms. Art Rolls. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. But yeah. I can turn it into a keychain. I might even take a heat gun to one of these and curve it around so I can put it on a baseball cap. Like right there on the cap. I think that might be neat. But anyway, lots of possibilities for something like this, and I can make a good number of them relatively quickly. It'd work as fridge magic. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Although we already have the leatherback hatchlings, which are fridge magnets too. It's a bobblehead. Oh yeah, hatchling. Not sure where I put that, but I'm also going to be working on these before I go to Florida. I've been 3D printing these leatherback turtle bobbleheads, which I will be painting. And I might... yeah. I've got about 30 of these so far. And, I'm hoping to offer these as little gifts of gratitude to some of the leatherback turtle people that I'll be working with, and that I have worked with over the past year. So I'm really excited about that. These are fun. And it'd be cool to have this on the dashboard of my field vehicle this summer, after it's all painted and everything. Yeah. And there you go, Tatsu. Yeah, lots of possibilities. I find this sort of thing really fun because it's a nice creative outlet. I get to make something that's unique. Start this process where I envision it in my head, and then I work toward it, and then finally produce something. And this is, believe it or not, how I used to make my living. Back when I lived in Montana, I would pay the bills by producing merchandise for different museums around the state, especially Museum of the Rockies.
Kids, you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
What?
What, like the Flintstones?
The turtles are unbelievably cute.
Oh, thank you, Nell, for the kind words, and thank you for the 47 months of support. Really appreciate that, Nell. Thank you for keeping me here online. Yeah. But yeah. Ashk says, that looks terrifying? You're really gonna tell me that this creature looks terrifying? This animal right here looks terrifying to you? Really?
What?
Don't tell me that. What an adorable creature. No, they really are astonishing animals and beautiful and majestic, but they do have a formidable side as well. Especially when you look down their throat. But yeah, those are the backwards facing papillae that line their mouths and throat and all the way down their esophagus. Because they eat jellies. Gelatinous zooplankton, like, jellyfish.
Stanford University.
The leatherback turtle is I like to think of the leatherback turtle as a superlative, enigmatic reptile. It's
they are.
A lot of folks will call living dinosaurs.
Oh, don't call it a living dinosaur. It's a turtle. It's not a dinosaur. Come on, George. You know better than this. But I recognize this photo. Here. That's, Oh. Wrong button. Sorry. There. That's on the cover of Carl Savina's book. Voyage of the Turtle. Same exact photo. It's just reversed there. And I guess they took the remora out for the photo. Excellent book, by the way. There we go.
Dinosaur. It reaches weights nearing 2,000 pounds, and from the tip of the beak to the edge of the rear flippers can reach over 9 feet in length. Today, leatherbacks are, in certain parts of the world, we're seeing some recoveries, but across the Pacific, critically endangered. And the population in the Eastern Pacific, particularly in peril, with having experienced declines of over 90% in the last 2 decades. Most of the Eastern Pacific population is concentrated on the beaches of Costa Rica, and particularly in northwestern Costa Rica, Guanacaste and Playa Grande. And that's where we did all of our tagging work. So we put out 46 total tags over 3 tracking seasons.
And so this is before they'd figured out a way to affix the tags with adhesive. They used to make these essentially like a backpack for the turtles, with like, it's not a chain, but like some kind of cable, and then it had soft tubing around it to keep from abrading the animal, because they have relatively soft skin. They don't have a hard shell like all the other species of sea turtle. Leatherbacks are unique, that they have soft, leathery skin. They don't even have beta-carotene in their skin like all other reptiles do.
Hello?
They're the only kind that don't.
Take the phone to Mommy now!
Squeak!
It's the dinosaur back!
Okay.
Thank you for the 2 months of support there, Squeak. Really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online. Excellent. So yeah, back in the day, they used to fashion these almost backpacks for them like this. This has got to be up in Canada, I presume. I think I recognize it. That might be Peter Dutton there.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I always do, Moose. Thanks for the 100 bits, by the way. I appreciate that. But just we were talking earlier about human ingenuity, creativity, and compassion, and this, I think, is a fine example of that. A satellite tracking tag right here that beams information up to orbiting satellites on the turtle's back, so when it comes up to surface to breathe, then it can communicate with the satellites, being mounted on top of the carapace. And you've got these soft tubes running along like this, relatively well streamlined, not going to create too much drag for the animal, and it's not going to abrade its skin or anything here either. It's really cool. Celebrities, there you go, Nell, yeah. Shy Gamer says, dang, that's huge. Oh, they get bigger than this. Enormous. And Chaotic Logic says safety. Yeah, there you go. Again, we're talking about the world's largest turtle here. Just an incredible animal. Just astonishing. But yeah, I love that tagging system. Nowadays, there are certain adhesives that you can apply, like an epoxy, that will stick to the back long enough to get enough data, and then eventually the tag will come off. And, yeah.
We tagged in 2004, 2005, and 2007. We had turtles that traveled as far as 4,000 miles from the nesting beach way out into pelagic realms in the South Pacific Gyre. We also identified some extraordinarily deep dives and long dives, with one dive of over 1,000 meters that lasted more than 80 minutes in duration.
Yep.
which is one of the world's longest ever and deepest ever dives for a leatherback turtle.
Yeah, they dive like 5 times deeper than the world record scuba diver can do. Like they dive nearly a mile. We're talking like 4,000 feet. A mile is 5,280 feet. We're talking about 4,000 feet, so like over 1,000 meters in depth. Extraordinary. And it's that pliable, leathery shell that allows them to do that. If they had a hard shell, like all the other species of sea turtle, they would probably crack like an egg. Let's jump to the sea turtles here and I'll show you. Leatherbacks are unique among sea turtles. There's 7 living species of sea turtle: Kemp's ridley, olive ridley, loggerhead, hawksbill, green, flatback, and of course, the leatherback here. It is all off on its lonesome in its own family, the Dermachelyidae. It is the only member of its family, the only surviving member of its lineage, a lineage that goes back to the Cretaceous period, to the age of dinosaurs. That's when they split off from the other sea turtles. It was something like 80 million years ago, or maybe longer. So all the other sea turtles are members of one family. The leatherback is a different family. And we're not totally sure when it diverged. That's still kind of a mystery. I said 80 million years ago, but that's some big question marks around that. They're extraordinary animals.
They leave the internesting environment and head out into the open ocean. They move in a concerted way through an area that has intensive commercial fishing pressure, and that is the region between the coast of Costa Rica and south of the Galapagos Islands. But
yeah, fishing is fishing gear presents a lot of dangers to leatherback turtles and lots of other critters too. How old was the big turtle, says Shy Gamer? We don't know. That's the thing, is that they're very difficult to age. And here, I'll show you a clip with Scott Benson talking about this.
By using bones, like
there we go.
This is actually an advantage to.
I'll go back a little bit.
By NOAA because it's in danger of extinction within the next 30 years, and I'll talk also about how we might be able to enhance recovery prospects for the species. So the leatherback is a very unique animal. It's the largest turtle in the world, second largest reptile. Only some large saltwater crocodiles are bigger.
And maybe gharials. Gharials probably get bigger too. They at least get longer, if not heavier. As do maybe American crocodiles. They get pretty big too.
Can weigh up to 2,000 pounds. That animal on the top is Archelon. That was the predecessor to the leatherback.
So this is a project that I'm currently trying to really get started, is trying to figure out, well, at least see what's been published on this and write a review paper to help kind of speed the research along. Are these protostegid turtles, giants like Archelon, that lived during the Cretaceous, are these animals related to leatherbacks? They have a lot of similarities. Are they related to leatherbacks, or do they have a separate marine origin? It's still kind of a mystery. They also seem to be developing reduced shells with a leathery texture on top, so they don't have a hard shell like all the sea turtles today. They had reduced shells. So are they related to modern leatherbacks, or are they a separate group of turtles? It's still kind of a mystery. We're still figuring that out.
And that animal there was on the order of 12 to 18 feet long.
Yeah, they were huge.
Huge creature.
The Westegaurus clever, yes.
It has a carapace that's covered in skin. So if you scratch it, it would actually bleed. This is actually an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth.
Yep.
It's got a very high growth rate.
So we had that question, how old was that huge one? It's so big, it must be very, very old, right? Not necessarily. Leatherback turtles grow extraordinarily fast for a reptile, for a non-avian, non-dinosaurian reptile. They grow really fast, but it's really difficult to tell how old they are.
Due to its high vascularization, this makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones like humerus, which is used typically with most of the other hardshell species.
So you can cut the bones open of other sea turtle species, and you can look at the growth rings inside, usually the humerus. The humerus is the largest bone in the body for sea turtles. It'll have growth rings, just like a tree. You can't do this for leatherbacks because they grow so fast, and they're so highly vascularized in their skeleton. There's so many blood vessels that run through that those growth lines just get kind of obliterated. I think you've got constant remodeling going on, too, of the bones. Really fascinating stuff going on with leatherbacks. They're so different from every other turtle.
So in this case, to age a leatherback, you actually have to recover a dead animal and get little bones behind the eye ossicles that aren't vascularized. So you can do the same type of measurements of rings in the bones to estimate age. But aging of leatherbacks is still evolving as a science.
Yep. It's generally thought that leatherbacks are around maybe 25 years old when they come back to nest for the first time. So it's 25 years, a quarter century, give or take, in between when a female leatherback hatches and then when she goes back to lay her eggs on the same nest that she was born on, or maybe a nearby nest, or nearby beach. But yeah, 25 years. So there's a lot of lead time. That's one of the problems with these critters, or one of the challenges, I should say, is that if you want to see the results of your conservation work, you might have to be really patient, because 25 years in between leatherbacks hatching and then finally returning to the nesting beaches. It's not an immediate gratification kind of a thing, you know? At the same time, it could be really scary because, say something's happening and those babies are not reaching maturity, you could have a really steep drop-off in leatherback numbers all of a sudden when the old ones get too old to reproduce and they die off, maybe around age 50 or something like that. That might be around maximum lifespan for leatherback turtles, might be something like 50. They're not as long-lived as like Galapagos tortoises. At least we don't think so. It's something I'm going to be asking about when I'm in Florida. When I'm talking with leatherback experts. But yeah, given that they take so long to mature, you're talking about a 25-year lead time. So it's difficult, you know? You could get a steep population drop-off if something's happening to all the hatchlings. You wouldn't know it until years and years and years later, you know? Does that make sense? But yeah. And Dirt or Bust, yeah, I went to go try and see Chonkers last Friday. And the Friday before that, too, and didn't see him. The Stellar Sea Lion. I don't think I'll have a chance this week, but maybe next week I can go look and see if he's still there. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I would imagine they could make it to 80, seeing as even some birds keep reducing into their 60s. It's uncommon, but at least one licensed albatross is reproducing at 60 plus. Yeah. What's her name? Wisdom, I think they nicknamed her. Charlie's Dragon? Yeah. There are particular leatherback turtles who get flipper tags on them. Here. I wonder if, yeah, Leatherback turtle flipper tag. There we go. Check this out. I don't know if they'll show the flipper tags here, but they will show the satellite tags and maybe even the cameras. This is on the water field work.
We're here in the panhandle of Florida to capture leatherback sea turtles and apply satellite tags to them. We generally search an arc from Pensacola, Florida to Panama City, Florida.
The principal threat to leatherbacks globally is bycatch in commercial fisheries.
We wanted to understand their habitat use and distribution in different seasons and in different locations to try to understand how we could reduce that bycatch. Most of that bycatch, the pelagic longline fishery, occurs in the late spring, early summertime. We're trying to learn, are they spending more of their time in the middle of the water column, down towards the bottom? Leatherbacks are unique because they have a diet of jellyfish.
So cool.
So their distribution in the water column is reflective of where the jellyfish are in the water column. So better understanding how they're utilizing the water column will potentially suggest some mitigation measures we could use.
Catching leatherbacks is really a team effort. We require a spotter plane to help us locate
air support.
After we find a leatherback sea turtle, we approach the animal. The net is put in front of it. Then the boat reverses to help move the leatherback into the net. The net's designed to break away and essentially bag the leatherback within the net. And then we pull the leatherback onto that craft for evaluation and tag.
That's nuts. Like, I would be a little bit scared, I guess. I would do it, obviously. But I'd be nervous about this being on a small inflatable watercraft and hauling this massive turtle aboard like that. Like, oh man, we're gonna swamp this thing. But I guess that's the beauty of an inflatable watercraft. As long as it doesn't get punctured, you could capsize it and it's still gonna float. So yeah.
Tagging. It takes 4 of us to do that because these animals can be upward to 1,000 pounds. Veterinarian with us will assess the overall health condition of the animal.
We take important information such as the length of the turtle shell. We're looking for any distinctive injuries, taking photographs of the animal. We affix the satellite tag to the turtle. If it doesn't have flipper tags or a pit.
Did you see that thing with the ring on it a second ago?
Of the animal. We affix the satellite tag.
Does anybody know what this is? Any veterinarians in the chat? They'll know what this is right away. Any ideas? What's that? Yeah, it's a chip reader, exactly. Clever, yeah. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. So I think they're scanning the tag before they put it in to make sure that it works, and then they insert the PIT tag. It's, what does PIT stand for? It's like something identity transponder. Personal identity transponder? Yeah.
Tag to the turtle. If it doesn't have flipper tags or a pit tag, we also apply those. And then we carefully...
Oh, and so that was what this guy was doing with those pliers, by the way. They're specialized pliers. You would attach one of these flipper tags to the rear flipper. And, here we go. It goes like this. Come on, YouTube. I have gig speed internet here. There's no reason it should be this slow.
On some cloth, and we have to clean the tag. So we thoroughly clean the sea turtle tag before application.
Thoroughly clean it.
The next job after that is we have to take the actual flipper of the turtle. We will normally tag between the first and the second scale at the trailing end of the front flippers.
That's for coloniid sea turtles. So for all the hardshell sea turtles, it's different for leatherbacks. Usually put it on the rear.
Each tag has an individual number, which needs to be noted down. For the purposes of this exercise, we're going to use an old flip-flop slipper that has a reasonably similar consistency to when you are actually applying a tag to a sea turtle. So we will imagine that this is the flipper itself. What we need to do is we need to apply this tag through this in a safe and simple manner that would cause a minimum amount of discomfort to the sea turtle.
Yep.
So we now take our actual tag, we place it inside.
So are those specialized pliers?
This way. The tag is now ready to be applied to the sea turtle. The number side of the tag, which is the unique identification, is on the side that has the pin. So we will apply the tag in this fashion.
Upper side, yeah, like that.
So we now have the sea turtle flipper, we have the tag, but before we apply the tag, what we must do is we must
antiseptic.
Apply some antiseptic
Yeah.
to the tag area. So in this instance, we are going to use betadine.
So it doesn't get infected.
It will ensure there's a minimum risk of infection. So we simply rub it, and we make sure all sides have been covered. We then, in as swift a movement as possible, we take the flipper, we place the tag, leaving a gap of approximately 8 millimeters at the trailing edge of the tag, and we press down sharply and swiftly. Then we release, and we will see that the tag is now applied to the flipper in a secure manner, leaving a gap at the back to allow for future growth of the sea turtle flipper.
Yep. And so this has to do with longevity, like we were talking about, because if you're recording when you first tagged this individual turtle, and then she comes back years from now or decades from now, you have record. You know that she's been there. You can check up on her, see how she's doing, and you can also get an idea for how long these critters live, which we still don't really know, you know? So yeah, they don't feel pain in their flippers? Probably not as much, space shark, as you might imagine. And these are incredibly tough animals, by the way. Like, there have been leatherback turtles where they've lost flippers, haven't had them bitten off by sharks or cut off by boat propellers, and they still come back. There have been leatherback turtles with fishing line wrapped all around them, and it's just cutting into their skin, and they're bleeding all over the place, and still they come up on the beaches to nest and lay their eggs. I'm really hoping that when I'm there in Florida working with these animals that I don't see anything particularly gruesome there. It's a further reminder that we need to keep trash out of our oceans, clean up your fishing gear, watch where you're going with your boats, all of this stuff. But the point that I'm making there is that these are incredibly resilient animals. And yet still they are frequently killed by humans, by our activities, by the garbage that we leave in the water, by our fishing gear. So I guess that resiliency it's a testament to how tough these animals are, but it's also a testament to just how incredibly destructive human beings can be, you know? So yeah. Though they don't die is impressive? Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of this book right here, there was a section in here in the Florida chapter called Moonlight in the Sunshine State, where the author had gone out on the beaches to do some leatherback field work with Kelly Stewart when she was working out there. This, I think, is maybe a generation or two back in leatherback conservation in Florida. Yeah. Here, let me read from this real quick. Kelly Stewart, the researcher, knows her turtles well enough to anticipate on any night who's due to return to lay their next clutch. Tonight, Georgia was on her mind, and Kelly's also on the lookout for Hydra, who's a couple of days overdue. We met Hydra 2 years ago, but when I saw her a week and a half ago, she had raw bleeding wounds with thick white tissue. Her head was really badly scraped, and the top of her shell was shaved off. Her shoulder had an oozing wound with so much dead tissue that she really stank. Watching Georgia maneuver her disfigured limb, listening to Kelly, I'm already getting sad on my birthday. It was the author's birthday that evening. Though it hasn't even dawned yet. Kelly speculates maybe there was a hook or something caught in Hydra's shoulder with line trailing. Maybe every time she raised her flipper, that line would abrade across. Every time she went like this, Kelly raises one shoulder, it would abrade more, shaving off little bits. Are there others? Sedna had a mass in her shoulder that feels like a hook, with the eye on its shank and everything. So a hook embedded in this turtle's shoulder. Delphinia had terrible deep wounds and abrasions, as though from ropes or fishing gear. She returned healed, though heavily scarred. Pesca came once last year. When she got close, we realized that she was tangled in heavy long-line monofilament, kind of fishing line, attached to a large hook embedded in her shoulder. She had swallowed a lot of the line, and this was horrible. The line went all the way through her and was sticking out of her cloaca, which was, at that moment, dropping eggs into her nest. We cut lots of line and removed the hook. We hoped that the rest of the line would work its way through her body and be expelled. They equipped her with a satellite transmitter and monitored her travel for several months, only to lose her signal, east of Canada's Grand Banks, where there's intense longline fishing. So these are remarkably resilient animals. They're incredibly tough. And it's wounds that would easily kill you or me. These animals can survive that if just given half a chance. But we human beings are relentless about just messing up the oceans, and we certainly don't make it easy on them, you know? Wombat Hole says, an adventure, I want to have a happy ending. Me too, you know? These are such remarkable animals. They've been around for such a very long time. They are living members of the Mesozoic marine megafauna. They were swimming around when dinosaurs were walking around on land. You know, as Scott puts it, they've survived an awful lot here. I think he talks about that here.
It's got the most extensive range of any living reptile.
Yep.
And I'll explain that in a little bit why that is, although the nesting itself is confined to tropical latitudes. Now I say it's the oldest sea turtle. This animal can go back, we can go back as far as 80 million years with this particular animal in its present form.
More or less its present form. Like, it didn't look exactly the same back in the Cretaceous, but there are members of the same family that go back to the Cretaceous. So it's a lineage that extends into the age of dinosaurs, as Scott says here.
And it has survived meteor strikes, climate changes, ice ages, all kinds of different things, and still manages to keep going. It's got some pretty clever tricks.
Yeah, just an astonishing creature. So Scott Benson, I did a special interview with him back in December. Went down to Monterey, California.
Look at them.
We even did a little tier list of different plastic leatherback models. This is a lot of fun. But yeah.
So there are going to be some commensal species on that jelly that will be consumed. And, you know, I have not looked at that, you know, in terms of
anyhow,
foraging area.
Right.
And here in California, we've had at least 3 instances where we've caught the same individual animal multiple years apart. So like most recently, I think we caught Bumpy in 2016 and saw him again in 2021. In the same place. It's remarkable. I mean, within a few miles of where we caught him in 2016.
Do you think he recognized you?
Yeah. We recognized him. And but I don't know. I have no idea.
Let me find a picture of that, of Bumpy here. There he is. Look at this absolute unit. Look at him. That's him right there. Yeah. So he has a particularly bumpy carapace. That's why they named him that. But yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Wombat Hole says Shark Geek carries a big knife because of plastic. Should also take scissors or yeah, so here, I got some. So I've been trying to accumulate some gear that I might be able to use when I'm out there doing leatherback fieldwork. And one of the key pieces of equipment is surgical scissors right here. So I even got them in one of my favorite colors, so I know that they're mine. But I'll donate them if they need them. But yeah, got these. And then for the actual nesting field work, I'll show you what else I got. There we go. A red flashlight here. So you have to use red light. It's the wavelength of the light that's important.
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you, Isolated, for these 7 months of support. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. But I wanted to get a special red light because this is what you need when you're out there doing nesting fieldwork at nighttime. Mother turtles will be spooked by different wavelengths of light, but red doesn't seem to bother them. It has something to do with how their eyes work and how their brain processes that light. But red is what you want. I need to double check and make sure that this is the right kind of red light. Because again, it's not necessarily the color per se, it's more the wavelength, and this is an LED. So hopefully this works.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Makosen. Thank you for the 2 months of support there. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, Makosen. Thank you. Yeah. Anywho. A very nice pair of scissors. Thank you, Wolfyless. I appreciate that. Yeah. So anyway, I'm trying to get as well prepared as I can be for leatherback fieldwork in Florida. I'm very excited about this. So yeah. Here we go.
And then we carefully put the turtle back in the water.
The leatherbacks then are free swimming and gathering data via the satellite tag. And what that satellite tag is providing us with is GPS location. It's providing us temperature data, and it's providing us dive data. So we understand the temperatures that animal is in, the depths which that animal is in.
And it tells us where leatherbacks are distributed in the Gulf seasonally, how they're using the water column, and it also tells us the amount of time they spend at the surface. Leatherback sea turtles globally have declined about 40% in the last 3 generations, so we're really concerned about their survival and recovery. By studying where leatherbacks occur in the Gulf of Mexico and then how they use those habitats, we can better understand threats posed by different human activities, whether they be commercial fishing or things like oil and gas exploration. We can foresee how those things might negatively impact sea turtles and hopefully identify ways to prevent or minimize those risks.
If we have a healthy ocean, we're going to have healthy sea turtles. Healthy sea turtles are a reflection of a healthy environment.
Sea turtles have been around for millions of years. We hope that they'll be around for millions more as good stewards of the planet. It's upon us to make sure that they continue to persist so that future generations of people can enjoy them.
Yep. So I got into this because I think these are incredibly cool animals, and I want to do everything that I can to learn about them and help protect them. So they'll be around for the next 80 million years. But there's some hidden benefits there too. I mean, if we're able to save the leatherback turtle, that means that we're also protecting the other critters that live alongside them out in the middle of the open ocean, these pelagic environments. So if we've managed to save the leatherback turtle 50 years from now, that means that we've also managed to save countless other species, both in the oceans and on nesting beaches as well. Because these turtles don't just rely on open ocean, but coastal environments and beaches too. So you save the leatherback, you save the world to a certain extent. And I think that's kind of beautiful, you know? A chain reaction of good. I love that, Ice Allen, yeah. Yeah. Here, George Schillinger talks more about that here.
The target, of course, are fish, and turtles happen to be unfortunate victims along the way. And we're hoping that the data that we're generating through these studies will help to inform better practices in fisheries. We might advise fishermen.
I know exactly where this is. This is Monterey. There's yeah, the Fisherman's Wharf is just behind the camera here. I think I know exactly where this is.
That they should set their hooks lower or higher or at different depths during day versus night. For example, we've seen declines from 1,500 or so females in the 1980s all the way to about 50 or so, or even less today. Although the numbers suggest that things...
So yeah, it's estimated that there's maybe about 50 leatherback turtles left off the coast of California here. Yeah, they are really on the brink right now.
Are headed towards a grim outcome. I think that there's still time to save leatherbacks in the Eastern Pacific, but I buttress that remark with the need to be ever vigilant about protection of those nesting beaches that remain. And you can only think to yourself, when you see these animals give birth and the efforts they exert to do that, wow, we really have an obligation to protect them.
That video right there. I'm excited to bring George on for an interview at some point. He's such a busy guy that, like, I haven't been able to pin him down yet. But, yeah. Hopefully that'll be coming up. I might even be on the boat with him if I end up doing leatherback fieldwork in September. If everything falls into place there. Because I have an informal standing invitation to be able to do some leatherback fieldwork. It's right out there. Off the coast of California. Further down near Monterey, but that's where these critters show up during the late summer, early autumn. There we go. And there's the boat. And the plane.
Welcome to this week's episode of Looking for Leatherbacks. Over the past couple of weeks, our aerial team pulled up on blackberries before heading out to survey. This time, joined by our vessel-based team.
Let's check in with them to see how it's been going.
We've been up here for the last week working 13-hour days searching for turtles.
There's good habitat up
There's
here,
Scott.
and we're hoping to capture an animal to put a transmitter on it, which will reveal much more information about how leatherbacks use the waters of the Pacific Northwest.
Big old California sea lion
Leatherbacks
there.
are huge, so how do we bring them on board?
So they've got a different method than the folks there in the Atlantic with NOAA. Check this out. This is so cool.
Hi, I'm Garrett. I am roughly the size of a leatherback sea turtle. And this
He's
is
a big
our
guy.
capture net. It's a hoop net with a detachable net body. And you can see the size of these animals.
We use buoys to practice the process of netting a leatherback turtle.
This way, we're ready to bring a turtle on board safely and swiftly when we find one. We're able to do this thanks to our amazing Captain JD and some handy adaptations made to the Sheila B. research vessel.
Hi guys, my name is John Douglas, better known as Captain JD. I'm...
And oh man. I really hope Captain JD might get a kick out of this once these are painted, and might want to put one on the dash of the Sheila B there. I would be incredibly honored. We'll see if that happens.
I'm with Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. Let's have a little look around the Sheila B. We'll start up here on the foredeck. This is where the turtles come aboard. One of the unique aspects of the Sheila B that is critical for landing turtles is our bow door, our ability to...
It's like a landing craft, you know?
Water. And this is what it looks like. That goes down.
That's so cool.
And now we can pull the turtle up onto the door, and partially, mostly by hand actually, and then I can raise the door, flush, and we'll run the line that is holding the net over to our capstan and pull the turtle in with the capstan until she's landed on the scale.
Scott.
That window is getting a little foggy on my left. Mola.
Oh, a mola is an ocean sunfish. These incredibly weird, cool fish. Yeah, they are so weird and neat. But like leatherbacks, they're one of the very few animals that actually feed on gelatinous zooplankton, things like jellies, salps, tunicates, jellyfish, you know? Yeah. That's a mola there.
Turtle. Turtle? Yeah. Okay, turtle, circle, left. It was at 75, negative 75. I think we got visual. Looks like a hard-shelled turtle, over.
Yeah, you see the barnacles on it? So this is a coloniid turtle, so it's a member of this family here. It's one of these species of turtle. It is not a leatherback with their unique, soft, leathery shell. Drat, you know?
Heartbreaking. That's okay. Yeah. I thought it looked surprisingly orange, so, but it's kind of a big one, isn't it?
And Rushming says, so no barnacles on leatherbacks? They have fewer barnacles than other turtles. Loggerheads are kind of notorious for having all kinds of different encrusting organisms all over them. There could be like a whole ecosystem on their shell. With leatherbacks, we don't really know why, but barnacles on them are fairly rare, especially in certain parts of the world. It might have something to do with the consistency of their skin, its texture. Maybe they produce some sort of an oil or something like that. I don't know. It might even have something to do with their immunity to jellyfish stings. The fact that they don't get injured by the stings of sea jellies. There might be something going on that does both that and also prevents barnacles from adhering to them. But yeah, it's still kind of a mystery as I understand it. Sea otter.
Although conditions look very, very promising, and we saw a lot of the proxy species that we associate with leatherbacks, including sunfish and blue sharks, and lots of Chrysora. And
Chrysora fuscescens is the sea nettle. This is the primary food of the leatherback in this part of the world.
Egg yolk jellies. Unfortunately, we didn't find any leatherbacks.
These surveys can tell us things about leatherback turtles even when we don't find them, and absence of the animals is also very important. We have demonstrated again that we have the capacity to do this work and that the habitat is here, but we just need to have a leatherback in it as well.
Captain JD and the Sheila B. research vessel will now make their way back down to California and prepare for our upcoming surveys there. Our aerial team will continue to survey along the Oregon and Washington coastline, so there is still a chance we may spot a leatherback. You can find out next time on Looking for Leatherbacks.
Pretty cool. Yeah, so this is a video from Upwell Turtles. It's a really cool organization that George Schillinger is the head of. And I'm looking forward to hopefully doing some work with them later on this year. Good stuff. So yeah. The Mr. Twinkie says, doesn't that have something to do with a secretion from their shells? We don't know. Yeah. Again, there's so much work still to be done on these animals. There's so much about them that we don't yet understand. They really are fascinating and mysterious, and they need to be better studied, you know? Yeah, and hope you stream that. Wouldn't that be so cool? It would be, Mr. Twinkie. I mean, we'll see. Right now I have... Well, iOS is helping me out to try and come up with an infrared night vision setup for my streaming rig, so that maybe we could do like a middle of the night stream from a nesting beach, if I can get proper permission to do that. But before I can ask permission, first we have to have the technology problem solved. So iOS has been working on that, but it's been tough so far. Finding a camera that actually has proper HDMI output to go into the stream encoder is difficult. A camera with proper infrared night vision capabilities. It's tricky, but iOS is pretty determined. I'd say let's hope we can figure it out, but I'm way out of my league here. It's up to her, so we'll see. Anywho, yeah. There you go, Wombat Hole, yeah. Fishing for Goliath. Oh, like is it Goliath grouper? Like a sea bass? Yeah. Like one of these? Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, ask the BBC Attenborough team. There you go, MacMaster, yeah. Heck, maybe if iOS figures out the infrared part. Maybe we can get thermal vision, too. Like in this classic clip. Let me find that. I know it's in the playlist. Let's see here. It's both a blessing and a curse to have so many good leatherback videos in one place. There we go. Excellent. She'll do anything if she... There you go, Lordy. Yeah, exactly. There we go, like I hope to do. True. The biggest is, yeah. They're certainly not as long as certain crocodilians, and not quite as heavy as the largest salties or gharials or other crocodilians, but they're still really, really big. They're the world's largest non-crocodile reptile. Yep. Oh. And there, you might be wondering, like, why are there big eggs and small eggs? This is something that leatherbacks do that we still don't fully understand. At least, I don't think there's a consensus about this yet. But these are the eggs, which are about the size of like a billiard ball. They're the largest sea turtle eggs in the world. I think they're the largest eggs of any non-bird reptile, I think. And these are not proper eggs. These are called sags, or shelled albumin gobs. So it's got a shell on it, and it's got albumin inside, but there's no yolk, and there's no embryo. And we're not quite sure, at least I need to see what the latest word is on this. This is one of those questions I'm going to have for the leatherback people I'm hanging out with in Florida. What's the deal here? Have we figured this out yet? There's an idea that maybe these are just kind of overflow. Like these mother turtles, their bodies just go into overdrive and they're producing so many eggs, and not every egg is going to get an embryo. So it's just like, you got to keep that conveyor belt going. Like move, produce as many eggs as you can. And here's just the spillover. It's the extra egg raw materials that just go to form these things. Maybe it's as simple as that, or maybe there's some adaptive purpose for this, some advantage that it proffers the nest. Maybe it helps to aerate the rest of the nest. Maybe it can help to satiate nest predators. So if somebody digs into the nest cavity, they'll eat some of these and leave some of the other eggs alone. Maybe it helps space the eggs with embryos out a little bit further in order to give the hatchlings a better chance for survival, in order to escape from the nest when the time comes. Maybe it even has something to do with, like, helping nourish the beaches so that you get all of these shelled albumin gobs left over afterward. And then that provides nutrients to plants, which helps stabilize the dunes, which helps preserve the beach. There's a lot of different ideas that have been put forward for these, and as the last that I've heard, it's still a mystery. Which I find fascinating, As a paleontologist, we're always trying to figure out things about extinct animals that we can't observe exhibiting behaviors in the modern day. We can't bring them into the laboratory and study them. With leatherback turtles, they're around today. You can look at them. We can observe them doing their thing, and yet they are still mysterious. There's something really compelling about that to me as a paleontologist, that you have a living animal that is directly observable, and yet it is still highly enigmatic. Still a lot of mysteries surrounding it. I think that's kind of nuts, It's exciting in a way. Somebody's going to figure that out. Somebody will make these discoveries and solve this mystery. It's going to happen. But who will it be? And how will they do it? Yeah. But yeah. It's hard to see behaviors, but exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, let's continue. Yep. Look how hot they are. Shoot. Yep. So this shows that she has very high internal temperature here. I think it's even higher than that. I want to say that further research has shown it's like 20 degrees centigrade higher than the surrounding water when she's way up north like on the margins of the Arctic Circle, you know, among the Aleutian Islands off Alaska or areas like that, in the North Sea. Wild these turtles can survive in water that would kill you or me. We would freeze to death. And a turtle is able to survive and thrive in those waters. They go up there, they migrate from the tropics to be up there to feed on jellies. Just nuts, you know? Yep. Yep. She's insulated. Like a thermos. Yeah. Just incredible. So no other sea turtles do this, you know? Leatherbacks are unique. They're the only turtle in the world that has this kind of fatty tissue like that to act as insulation. It's just wild. They're so different from every other turtle on the planet. They really are in a class of their own, so to speak. So it is like blubber, Case Kuchin, yeah. Yeah. So cool. And Mr. Twinkie says, when I went diving in Alaska winter waters under icebergs, had to have literally thousands of dollars of equipment, yet these amazing animals do that completely naturally. How cool is that, you know? So cool. Yep, and the reptiles and the mammals. Super cool. Here's a link to that video here before it continues with the playlist. There we go. Let me just give you a link to the playlist, too. There we go. There we go. Goodness, why is this not working? Do I have to get it on the bottom first? I guess I do. Let's take a look at this, maybe.
Headed out to the beach.
There we go. So,
All right, Justin, this is...
We need to send Justin an email. I spoke with him last week over Zoom. Looks like I might get to do some field work with him when I'm out there in Florida in a couple weeks. And I really want to see if I can bring him on for an interview prior to that. Hopefully next week. So I got to jump on that, really. Yeah.
This is a great story. Let's go back to last week. You're in this mode right now where you're headed out to the beach every night, right? Yeah. What did you find last week?
Oh, and hang on. Ferangi says, do you think that the leatherback noticed or cared that David Attenborough was there? So that's the thing, is they go into a kind of trance, almost. Like they're so focused on laying their eggs that... Well, I think Justin might actually talk about it here. That, like, they don't even notice you after a while. Their eyes glaze over, and, yeah, here we go.
So we don't approach any sea turtle until they're in their nesting phase. So until they've started dropping eggs under.
These are loggerheads here.
You know, when they're undergoing kind of a physiological trance where they're not really responsive to external stimuli. So that's when we scan her, identify her, take a blood sample, place the satellite transmitter on her carapace. And then the weighing process is really fun. So we've got a giant...
There's a leatherback there. You see the keels?
10-foot carbon fiber tripod. We've got 8-foot straps that go underneath her. These shackles. We've got a chain and like I said, a 1-ton scale. So what happens?
So that setup is going to look a lot like this. Like this. This is the sort of thing that I might be helping out with. It looks a little ridiculous, but this is how you measure the weight of a leatherback on land. You know, with Upwell and NOAA, they've got it easy because if they can find the leatherback... Well, I guess it's more difficult that you have to go to the turtle. Here, they come up on the beach. You just have to lift them up. But on the boat, you just slide them onto that livestock scale. Here, you got to get a little bit more creative. Yeah.
What happens when she's laying is we're digging underneath her, and because Patricia was so wide, some of our techs are very tiny, so their arms couldn't get all the way under, so we had to have some of the, we'll say I'm not super tall, but the taller people dig underneath her so we could reach the straps all the way. And Patricia's circumference was actually, if you unfolded Patricia like a scroll, you know, sorry for that image, but she would be about 9 feet, you know, if you rolled her out like a piece of paper. So the strap wasn't actually large enough to get around her, but we normally only have to shackle with one shackle to attach them to the scale. But because again, she's so wide, we had to use 2 shackles. And even with that, both of those barely made it on the scale. Like we were really...
So it's kind of like the the turtle equivalent of having for some larger people on an airline, you might need a seatbelt extender. They basically needed to have that for this enormous leatherback, whom they nicknamed Patricia.
Back to last week. You're in this mode right now where you're headed out to the beach every night, right?
Yeah.
What did you find last week?
So we're out every night, like you said, doing leatherback turtle surveys. And we, you know, sometimes they're out there for hours without seeing any because the leatherbacks on our nesting beaches are the more rare of the 3 species that we get typically in Florida. And come about 2 a.m., this turtle comes out of the water and we're sitting there waiting for another turtle that we knew was coming up. And sorry, and I was like, oh,
there you go, Ferangi. Yeah.
You know, when she was ready to nest, we walked up to her and scanned her, and it was just Patricia is the leatherback's name, and she was just a monster. I mean, this turtle was massive. It's
1,300 pounds
like that. It definitely gave us all some excitement.
I bet. So this is not the first time that you've met Patricia. She had already been tagged?
She had already been tagged. It's the first time that I officially met Patricia, but the program here at Loggerhead Marine Life Center, the Leatherback Project, has been going on since 2001. I was not around at here at that time, so earlier researchers before me had actually tagged her in 2005. Up on actually Jupiter Beach, where she nested the last time that we saw her. So the first time I met her, but not the first time that anybody in Florida had met her.
All right, so give me a little background on Patricia. Do you know how old she is? How much she weighs? Does she have any health issues?
Yeah, so Patricia was originally tagged, like I said, in 2005. So we don't actually know how old she is. That's kind of one of the million-dollar questions with sea turtles is how old are they? And size is not always necessarily an indicator of age in them. Sometimes they're just really good eaters, or they find good areas to feed and things like that. So, or genetics, a lot of things go into it. But she has been nesting for 20 years, and we believe that sea turtles take about 20 to 30 years to reach maturity to be able to nest. So Patricia is at least in her 40s, maybe in her 50s. So, a pretty old turtle. She did clock in at 1,316 pounds, which is the largest that we've ever weighed, or 598 kilograms, depending on, what metric system you like to use.
Just shy of 600 kilos. Just
probably the second largest turtle that nests in the state of Florida. I believe we do have one more named Narita that is probably about 1,400 or 1,500 pounds.
Narita should have been Narote, maybe? Big. Narita. It means like that's a diminutive. It means small. Narote would be more like it.
But rarely do we see animals that are this big. And what was kind of remarkable about Patricia is, we document all of the injuries on these animals. We give them a complete physical health assessment. We take blood and all of the, all the bells and whistles. And usually leatherbacks of this size that have been around for that long have a lot of injuries on them, either from shark predation or boat strikes or fishing entanglement or things like that. And Patricia had nearly zero injuries. She had a couple minor injuries. I think she had a little scar somewhere and maybe a little notch out of one of her rear limbs. But she looked great. I mean, the turtle was just, remarkable in all aspects.
I mean, 1,300 pounds. I wouldn't mess with her.
Here's the link to that video. But yeah, that reminds me, I need to send an email to Justin and ask about doing an interview next week. There's a link to that video there. And this is from 3 years ago, or just shy of 3 years ago, June of 2023. So I do wonder if Patricia's made another appearance. Usually these turtles will go back to the nesting. Well, they'll nest like once every, I think, like 2 to 5 years. Because they go to the feeding grounds and then they bulk up. They're ingesting a tremendous amount of very low quality food. Jellyfish are not the most nutritious thing around. Certainly not. They're like 90+% water. The analogy that I use sometimes is like, it's like running into somebody who's just like an enormous bodybuilder, and you ask him, like, hey, what do you eat? And he goes, cucumbers. And you go, I'm sorry. What? And he goes, yeah, cucumbers. I only eat cucumbers. It's like, what do you mean? That's what leatherbacks do. They're eating extraordinarily low quality food, but just eating a ton of it. And they're able to garner enough protein and other nutrients from that not only can they reach these huge sizes, but they have these incredible migrations across entire ocean basins. And then the females produce this massive quantity of eggs. We're talking a higher volume of eggs than any other creature on the planet. It's astonishing. And so it kind of makes sense that the females have to recharge for a couple years in between bouts of nesting. Like, they've got to go back to the feeding grounds, bulk up on these sea jellies and other gelatinous zooplankton. And when I say zooplankton, I'm not talking about tiny plankton. Planktonic animals are ones that mostly drift with the current, like jellies, salps, tunicates, Portuguese man-of-war, stuff like that. So I'm using a technical term there when I say gelatinous zooplankton. But that's everything from giant jellyfish and Portuguese man of war to much smaller things like comb jellies, salps, things like that. But, yeah. But yeah, some of these can be really big. So there's a pretty big leatherback there chowing down on this giant salp. Oh, yeah. I think I'll Copernicus cat, yeah. I love this picture. It's just like, what am I looking at here? What is this? Just nuts. But it is pretty extraordinary to watch them eat, you know? It's really, really cool. And Mr. Twinkie says, still find it hard to believe they eat manowars? Yeah, I mean, the stings they don't bother them for whatever reason. And again, this is an animal that doesn't have armored skin. It doesn't have a hard shell. It doesn't even have scales. So leatherbacks lose their scales soon after they hatch, as Dr. Weineken was telling us when we did our interview with her. So it's not like you can say, oh, well, they've got, these tough reptilian scales. They don't. They have relatively soft, leathery skin, and yet they're still not harmed by these stinging cells of their prey. It's nuts, Yeah. And Oddbjorg says, I guess eating really awful food means you don't have much competition? You're exactly right about that, Oddbjorg, yeah. Yeah. Hank Green had a video about this not too long ago. About sunfish, which are an indicator species for the presence of leatherbacks. If you find mola mola in an area, there's a good chance you might find leatherbacks.
If you know anything about the ocean sunfish, mola mola, you probably know this. It is a terrible fish. It looks like a head
It's
that
not
has lost
terrible.
its body in a tragic boating accident. It is covered in parasites. It has a dumb face with empty eyes and a mouth that never closes.
This disembodied swimming head.
The dumbest creature alive.
He drifts around like a glorified pool floaty.
Scientists even debate about how they move.
How does it exist at all?
It's a baby wheel, man!
I think that the damage here started with this rant that went around the internet. It was like half copy pasta, half fish character assassination. I feel like I saw it in like 2014, but I can't find any evidence of it before 2017. But it concludes thus: since they're so terrible at swimming, the current will carry them into deep, cold water. Then they die. They are so stupid that they just get slowly consumed by a freezing death, all while they have the full ability for that not to happen because they're worthless floating garbage. What are you talking about? If this fish is so terrible, why are they doing great? If they suck so bad, why have they existed for tens of millions of years, evolving into a whole lineage of related species? They look and act the way that they look and act because it works. And importantly, they're not hurting anybody, except for jellyfish. They're hurting a lot of jellyfish. Something that I have learned in my life, mockery is quite often just very confident ignorance. So
That's a really important point. I love that he said that. And honestly, like, this is why people talk about stand-up comedy being like some sort of elevated art form, and sometimes it is, like, sometimes it's pretty extraordinary, but half of the time it is just mockery, which is just confident ignorance, Like, bad stand-up comedy, that's exactly what it is. It's like, I don't know anything about this thing, but I'm going to be loud and cocksure about it. I'm going to be super confident about being ignorant about a thing. And that, like, I guess it can be funny sometimes, but in order for you to really find it funny, you also kind of have to not know anything about that yourself. Anyway, at any rate, it's just kind of lazy. And I love that Hank points that out here.
Life mockery is quite often just very confident ignorance. So I would like to offer for you an opposite rant here. Perhaps the ocean sunfish are very good fish. Sure, their brains are extremely small. Yeah, they look kind of wrong somehow, but looking wrong is not the same thing as being wrong. And if this were 20 years ago, I'd kind of get it. Like, we didn't know a lot about sunfish back then, but we know way more now. And we know enough to know that they are the way that they are for reasons. They've existed for over 50 million years, and they have diversified into at least 5 species across multiple oceans. So maybe the real question isn't, why are sunfish so bad? Maybe the question is, what if they're good because they're weird? And what we think is broken is actually optimized for a very strange but very effective life. And what if maybe we could all learn a really important lesson from understanding that? So yeah, 20 years ago, we did not understand what the mola mola was doing. We would see it on the surface, it would be drifting around with ocean currents, and people thought maybe that meant that they were just kind of drifters, like that they were giant plankton just being pushed around by ocean currents.
And so that makes a really important point too. I said the word gelatinous zooplankton, that phrase. Plankton just means that you drift with the current. You're an animal and you're a drifter. You know? Not quite like not quite like this, but maybe kind of, actually. Oh goodness, where'd it go? I just had this clip the other day. Shoot, what's that term? We didn't have one at my school growing up, but based on your abilities and test scores or whatever else, I don't know how they calculate these things, but they're like, oh, you'd be a really good veterinarian or truck driver or something. Guidance counselor, maybe? Is that it? That's the person who would say this? It's not showing up. YouTube search is so broken. There it is. You have to search it on DuckDuckGo, I guess.
This officer will all be jiggered.
If you'd like to learn more, I could arrange for you to ride along in a police car for a night.
Hey, I don't need you to get me in the back of a police car.
Well, I really think you should consider this. You know, before I saw these test results, I had you pegged as a drifter.
Wow, a drifter. Lousy sheriff. Run me out of town. He's lost my vote. Cool.
So when we say drifter, we don't mean like that. We mean an organism, an animal. In the case of zooplankton, the zoo part implies zoological. It's an animal. And it drifts with the current. So jellies are generally like this. They can propel themselves a little bit, but it's mostly up and down in the water column. If they're going to move horizontally, then it's generally going to be because of ocean currents. Same with salps and tunicates and man-of-war and by-the-wind sailors and critters like that. Gelatinous zooplankton. Doesn't have to be small. When people think of plankton, I think they, when they think of plankton, they think of small critters like this, or I guess, like this. But in order to be planktonic, you don't have to be small. Jellies can get quite large. It means that they drift. They're not super self-prepared. Self-powered, rather. So yeah. So anywho, for a while, I guess some people thought that molas were planktonic, that they drifted. But no, they do actively swim. They propel themselves.
We would see it on the surface. It would be drifting around with ocean currents. And people thought maybe that meant that they were just kind of drifters, like that they were giant plankton just being pushed around by ocean currents. This is wrong. In fact, they are fully capable swimmers. When they're smaller, they can actually be quite fast swimmers. But they drift because their prey drift. And their prey is largely invisible to us because they live deeper in the ocean column. Because one thing that you gotta understand about the ocean, it's very easy to forget, is that it's not just wide, it is tall. There's a lot of ocean. It's
There's 3 dimensions there.
But it's also deep. And sunfish thrive using a strategy that almost no fish use, which is that they frequently and constantly move through the ocean vertically. Now, we did not know this until pretty recently. Like, we saw molas on the surface flopping around like sad croissants. And I think that we kind of just assumed that's what they did. But then in the 2000s, and then even more in the 2010s, researchers began attaching data logging satellite tags to molas. And what they discovered flipped everything. These fish were not drifting, they were diving. Hundreds of meters, multiple times per day. Have you ever dove like
leatherbacks
3 meters down in the ocean? This is not an easy thing to do. Why were they doing this? Well, they were targeting a prey that lives in one of the least understood biological events on Earth, the diurnal vertical migration. Every day, billions of gelatinous zooplankton, jellyfish, siphonophores, ctenophores, rise toward the surface at nighttime.
Leatherbacks
Then during the day, when they might be hunted, they dive way, way down deep. And most predators that eat those jellies eat them at night when they're close to the surface. But mola mola are not most predators. They do deep dives during daylight hours, precisely when the gelatinous prey are hiding down in the deep. How do they see them down there? I don't know. I guess ambient light, bioluminescence. They do have like pretty big eyes. And after each dive, the mola has to resurface, probably to warm back up by sunning itself on the surface. So ocean sunfish turns out to be a good name for them. We're pretty sure that they are actually using the sun to heat themselves up, but we only know this because researchers have recorded their internal body temperature during these dives. One study found that a mola's core temperature would drop from 20 degrees Celsius to 12 degrees Celsius during a dive, which is dangerously cold for a cold-blooded animal. Molas are tropical and temperate fish, and most fish like that avoid water below like 10 or 12 degrees Celsius because their physiology just doesn't function. Like, that will kill them. Molas dive into water that is much colder than that, like 4 degrees Celsius, sometimes dozens of times per day. This is basically unheard of among bony fish. There is another animal that does a very similar thing, and we're gonna...
Who's that?
to talk about it at the end of the video. And yeah, the wild thing is that they're doing this for a payoff that is like kind of absurd, because jellyfish, other gelatinous plankton, they're terrible food. They're like 95% water, but there are like a few grams of protein, maybe some trace lipids in there. Calorie for calorie, a jellyfish makes lettuce look like a hamburger. So how did an animal evolve that only eats just that? Well, because they're everywhere. There's just a ton of them. They are so abundant in the open ocean, especially at depth, and they are largely not predated on because they're hard to catch, they're hard to digest, they sting you, there's very little energy per bite. But what might you call that? What might you call this massive, underexploited, drifting food web? It's a niche. If you can evolve a strategy to survive on jellyfish at depth, you suddenly have access to a buffet that nobody else wants, except for that one other animal that I told you is coming up, but I'm not gonna tell you yet. And yeah,
you get that? Sea jellies are everywhere. They're extraordinarily common, and hardly anybody eats them. But you know who does? Well, let's go to the transcript. I left a comment on this, by the way. And holy cow, it's got a lot of likes. Shoot. 585 likes. Yeah.
Throat full of eerily...
Oh, here we go.
People want to have, but I was doing it back when everybody thought it could be nothing more than a step toward your actual career. And I know it's the same thing for the mola, because, as I promised, there is...
Oh, this is really interesting. I actually really like this point that he makes here.
Around me were expecting me to try to leverage that into becoming a TV host, or a writer, or an actor, and a lot of When you see something that is very weird and yet thriving, it's easy to have your brain go, oh, that thing's so dumb. But that's the wrong thought. The correct thought is, I must be dumb. I must be missing something. If it's weird, it's not weird because it's bad. It's weird because that's working. There's something there, and we haven't figured it out yet. Mola are way too weird to fail. And yeah, I did commission an artist to make a shirt about that. This is by Pepper Raccoon, who's an amazing designer. I love this shirt so much. This is the first time I've printed a shirt on a heavier weight cotton, which is something I wear quite
anyway.
Able to get it after that. I'll talk more about that at the end of the video. Because the reason I stopped this video in production and was like, I have to make a shirt about this, is because this is how I feel about myself sometimes. Not unusually in my life and career, I will have felt like I am succeeding, but other people around me are incapable of seeing it. As the most...
So, I relate to this really hard here. As a paleontologist who makes his living doing live streams full time, I remember watching this and going, holy cow, this is me too, you know? And I hadn't really thought about it quite this way before. There, I'll let him continue.
Most obvious example, when I was first a YouTuber, a lot of people around me were expecting me to try to leverage that into becoming a TV host or a writer or an actor, and a lot of other YouTubers I knew were trying to do those things, but I knew that I wasn't any of those things, and I didn't want any of those things. I was well suited to being a YouTuber, even if back in 2010, no one thought that that was a worthwhile career. But I thought it was worthwhile. It was weird, and there wasn't much status, but if I stayed focused on what I was actually doing, I could feel myself thriving in a way that a lot of other people couldn't see. I knew that it...
You see the connection that I'm making here?
It looked very weird to a lot of people on the outside, and they couldn't understand why I was doing what I was doing, but that was not my problem. That was their problem. The mola doesn't look like it's winning. It just is winning.
So, shoot, I relate to this as a paleontologist because I'm not on the traditional track for a paleontologist to be on. I'm not in an overtly academic setting. You know, I'm not an adjunct professor at a university. I'm not on the staff of a museum right now. I'm doing science outreach here on Twitch. This is what allows me to do the things that I love, the things that I enjoy, the things that I find worthwhile. Like going out and doing field work and broadcasting that to an audience at home. Interviewing other paleontologists, working on research when I have the time for that. But these are all the things that I dreamed of doing when I was a kid, but I thought in order to do that kind of thing, you have to be in the academic rat race. You have to be an adjunct professor or a TA or contract teachers that they have nowadays who are even lower status than adjuncts. It's hard out there, and I thought that you had to do that kind of thing in order to be a paleontologist. And it turns out, at least in my case, you don't have to do that. I could be an active researcher. I can do field work. I can write papers. I can go to conferences, present my work, interface with other scientists. And I can do that funded by the outreach that I do. And it's funny because, over the last couple of years, and I'm getting a little personal here, so I hope this is okay. This is a kind of a dive into my personal psyche. A couple of years ago, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis, this is my first SVP that I've been able to go to for a number of years. It's our big global conference for paleontologists who study bones, you know? Dinosaurs fall under that umbrella. And I was expecting to feel some imposter syndrome, for people to look at me kind of funny, because it's like, oh, well, you're not teaching at a university or something, or you're not a graduate student, or a professor, or a collections manager, or a fossil preparator, or anything. No, I do science outreach full-time. The number of times that somebody said, holy cow, that's really cool. You make your living doing that? Especially with younger people, this is the case. They're like, that's amazing that you can do that. And for some people, they're clearly kind of jealous, because I'm not saying this to puff myself up or anything. But a lot of other paleontologists have to deal with a lot of nonsense on a daily basis. And I'm not just talking about, like, grading papers and doing the normal academic slog like that. I'm talking about, you know, having to write grant proposals for most of their waking hours during a given month, or deal with just all kinds of academic bureaucratic paperwork and, you know, seeking funding for this and that and having to attend meetings with the dean and all of this other nonsense like that. I don't have to do any of that stuff. And I have the time and the freedom and the support to be able to go off on side projects like this whole leatherback turtle thing, you know? I'm extraordinarily lucky. And we'll be talking about this more tomorrow for the streamiversary special. Tomorrow marks 6 years of streaming here on Twitch. 6 years of paleontologizing on this platform. And it's been a dream come true, you know? So yeah, thank you, Mr. Twinkie. And yeah, and Dirter Best, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Hank is great. Volcano Doc, how are you doing? Melissa, I hope you're having an excellent day. It's good to see you. Volcano Doc, who is herself a volcanologist and got what it seems like a pretty plum job at a well-respected institution. Volcano Doc, she is, for better or worse, enmeshed within academia. Like me, she has, well, in some ways, more so than me, semi-unconventional pathway into science. She's got a really interesting background, Volcano Doc. But she is, from what I've seen, really killing it out there. With nowadays a more traditional kind of academic route. Well respected, yes, but plush. Well, it's academia. Hardly anything is plush. But I said plum job in the sense that, like, I guess I'm talking more about status than I am about actual material benefits. But yeah, you've got the sort of job that people, that academics dream about, Volcano Doc. You've made it to a certain extent. But that is kind of something that I've noticed with talking with colleagues, is that even those people who have the really well-respected jobs, sometimes, I don't know, day-to-day life can be a slog still, you know, even if you have made it. But it's important work, and people fight the good fight, and we need good academics out there slogging through all the bureaucracy and doing all that. A lot of people aren't cut out for that. I'm not cut out for that. I don't know if I could hack it there. I'm glad to be where I am, and it's good folks like So Spartan there who make all of this possible with their contributions.
So
thank you, Spartan.
Overloading the system with
10 gift subs there. 10 of them. There's 10 chatters who are at least excited as this Tinnamoo bird here. Thanks to your generosity. Thank you, Spartan. Oh, shoot! Holy cow. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. But thank you, Spartan, for your support, making all this possible. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And well, Volcano Doc says I popped in to say hi because our department is consolidating. Hopefully not in a bad way. But I have a dinosaur book to send you, sir. You don't have to call me Sir, Volcano Doc. Holy cow. Thank you. I'm so happy to see you. Happy to see you too. Send a student your way to join the community. Thank you, Volcano Doc. Excellent. If anyone's not yet following Volcano Doc here on Twitch, you are missing out. She's a real-life volcano scientist. I'm not sure when she has streamed last. I hope it's been recently, but she is doing very important research. So I can understand her being busy. Let's revert to the M research. I don't want mobile. There we go. Wait, who's this? Wait, who's this? Oh, I appreciate you. 10 days ago, excellent. So you're still streaming fairly recently. That's really good to hear, Volcano Doc. I haven't been able to catch one of your broadcasts for a while, but I hope you're doing well. It's good to see. Shoot me a DM or an email if you need my mailing address, Volcano Doc, and thank you for thinking of me. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho, thank you, Volcano Doc. Appreciate you. Here, let's go back to the point that I was making here with Brother Hank.
Their problem. The mola doesn't look like it's winning. It just is winning. Every moment I spend trying to make myself look like a shark or a tuna or some other shape of fish that people agree is easy to understand as cool, that is time that I'm wasting not being what I actually am, not doing what I'm actually good at, not winning at the game I'm already winning. As I say fairly frequently, whatever's wrong with me, it's working. Like the mola, too weird to fail. And I know that this is in part about aesthetics because I have watched as YouTuber went from being something that nobody wanted to be to something that everybody wants to be.
And that is kind of crazy. Like, you talk to kids nowadays, people in like their teens or earlier, and they're like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you know, I wanted to be a dinosaur when I was, well, I guess I was a little bit younger than that, before I understood that it's not really a viable career path. But I wanted to be a paleontologist. Yeah, but you used to hear like, oh, veterinarian, firefighter, astronaut. What do kids say nowadays? So this is from a couple years ago, November 2024. But top five childhood aspirations? Wait, really? Scientist, musician, athlete, teacher, doctor. I think these stats may have changed a bit in the last few years, or maybe there's a different methodology or a different group of kids, but streamer or YouTuber is just below scientist in the rankings. There are more kids who want to be streamers or YouTubers than astronauts, which is crazy to me. But, yeah. Got a lot of power-hungry kids, apparently. Yeah. And we're both, exactly, Volcano Doc, right? We're living the dream here. Streamer and scientist? Nuts. Yeah. Dirt or Bust says I wanted to be a robot. You know what? There was still time to be more machine than human. Dirt or Bust. You can live your Darth Vader dreams. Anywho. Yeah.
The high status job that lots of people want to have, but I was doing it back.
And that's kind of crazy too, that like streamer or YouTuber is a high status job that a lot of people want to have. But living that life, like, I could see why. Shoot, I feel tremendously happy and fulfilled doing what I do, and that's a rare and precious and beautiful thing. And it's tough because I almost don't want to say it out loud because it sounds like I'm being immodest or bragging or something, and I'm not trying to do that. But false modesty is also not an attractive trait. Nobody likes false modesty. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not complaining.
Back when everybody thought it could be nothing more than a step toward your actual career. And I know it's the same thing for the mola, because, as I promised, there is another animal that has the same lifestyle as the ocean sunfish, that uses the same tricks. It hunts jellies in the day.
What is this, chat? Who are we going to talk about here? What's it going to be? What critter has the same bag of tricks as a mola? Does it better in a lot of ways, if you ask me.
Tradoon.
Maybe not Troodon, Lenina. Super pigs? A type of whale?
Daytime by diving really deep. It has a throat full of eerily similar gross teeth. Sorry, I...
Yeah, as you can see, and those are not teeth. They don't have teeth. What is this creature? Here, I believe we have a video here. We should really have talked more about them on Monday. Oh man, Windows is taking forever to open this up. There we go. Here, I believe we have footage of this creature here. You're mostly right there, Volcano. Yeah, Mandalorians eat jellies? No. I think leatherbacks eat Mandalorians. Here's going for another one. Yeah.
I had to show you those. It has a high thermal mass and no swim bladder, so it can efficiently dive down to do that daytime hunting of jellies. And the people of the world love them, and they care about them, and they pine for them, and they talk about them, and they go on vacations just to see them because...
It's really talking these up. Like, I talk about how more people need to know about these animals, and Hank is like, everybody knows and loves them already. I don't know. I think there's still a lot of work to be done on the public awareness front with regard to leatherbacks.
Because they're aesthetically more pleasing. It's the leatherback sea turtle. And watch this. Let's put the swim styles of the leatherback sea turtle and the mola mola right next to each other. These animals are not closely related. One is a reptile and the other is a fish. Their throats look the same and they swim the same way and they both get very big. Leatherbacks and molas hunt the same kind of prey in the same kind of ocean, sometimes even in the same water column. They can both dive to the edge of what should be possible to eat food that barely counts as food. And people think leatherback sea turtles are beautiful and awesome and mola are weird and dumb. And you know what? That's fine. There's
mola also, they have a certain charm to them for sure. Like, I'm never gonna say that they're dumb or weird or gross. They're weird, but they're weird in a cool way, in the same way that leatherbacks are weird and cool. You know, they're so different from all other turtles, all other animals on our planet. You know, it's like was it James Spatilla who was writing about them? Where's that book? Is it in here? Can I take it upstairs? Yes. There's a lovely little intro to leatherbacks in here that I just kind of have to read to you because it's just... it helps encapsulate what makes these creatures so incredibly special. This is an excellent book, by the way. Not just beautiful photographs and good information, but it's well written. James R. Spatilla, one of the world authorities on marine turtles. The book is called Sea Turtles, A Complete Guide to Their Biology, Behavior, and Conservation. But let's go to the leatherback here. Leatherbacks, the giant mariner. So right here at the beginning, let's get some appropriate music for this. The leatherback is the largest turtle in the world and is one of the largest living reptiles. It is also the deepest diving reptile, able to descend as deep as a whale, 4,000 feet, 1,230 meters, and deeper. Fastest of all sea turtles and incredibly maneuverable, the leatherback can swim circles around sharks when it needs to. Its streamlined shell creates very little drag in the water, and its large body size and thick, fatty insulation allow it to control its body temperature in a way that makes a mockery of the term cold-blooded reptile. In fact, it maintains a warm, constant body temperature in the frigid North Atlantic. Other distinguishing characteristics of the leatherback include specialization in eating jellyfish, laying the largest eggs of all the turtles, producing the heaviest clutches of eggs, producing the largest hatchlings, migrating the largest distances, growing faster than any other reptile, and it is among the widest ranging vertebrates on the planet. Like the big whales, leatherbacks swim from near the Arctic to the tropics and as far south as New Zealand and the Southern Ocean. However, it exceeds the distribution of whales by climbing out of the sea to lay its eggs on tropical beaches. The leatherback is one of a kind, a sea turtle's sea turtle, and arguably one of the most unusual vertebrates in the world. Beautifully put. Just an incredibly fascinating animal, you know? How cool is that? A sea turtle's sea turtle. Almost poetic, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Volcano Duck, yeah. So anywho, I'll give you this link to Hank's video again. He's quite animated about this. But, yeah. And Wee says, hi, how many books do you have? I got a couple. I don't know. There's a few here, I suppose. Not enough, I would say, though. I have more arriving in the mail today, actually. But yeah, a little handful. Exactly, Alexander. But anyway, leatherback turtles, extraordinary animals, and I cannot wait to see some live leatherbacks, both in the laboratory and in the wild, in just a couple weeks when I go to Florida. And I'm really excited to take you along for the ride when we do some streams from there. Anyway, I've got some more emails to send out about that tonight, so I gotta make sure we stay on track here. And it's 4:59 p.m. already? It's not Thursday, it's Wednesday. Normally on Thursdays we have Thursday BIRDSday. But given that tomorrow is the 6th streamiversary of this channel, 6 years since we got started here on Twitch, we're going to have a special celebration for that. So we're pushing Thursday BIRDSday earlier to Wednesday. Call it Wednesday BIRDSday, maybe? I'm going to play a quick little video there to explain the concept of Thursday BIRDSday. Pretend that it says Wednesday instead, because I know today is Wednesday. Unless you're in Australia, as some of our viewers are. They won't have to imagine that. It's already Thursday for them. Anyway, let's get started with Thursday BIRDSday here. And without further ado, here it goes.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday.
Happy Thursday BIRDSday indeed, or happy Wednesday BIRDSday? Anywho, Space Shark says here in Poland it's Thursday already. Well, there you go. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you out there in beautiful nation of Poland. Let's see what you as chatters have brought for us now in terms of theropods here. Quite. There we go. To start us off, we've got Trek Nerd, who says, "This is my first time seeing this little guy." And who is this? He had a suet feeder, looks like. Kind of scraggly. And who is it? I figured he was injured due to his super scruffy appearance, but after some research, I learned that this is a male yellow-rumped warbler, and it's normal for them to have this scruffy, fluffy appearance. Interesting. A very unkempt theropod here. This and my other BIRDSday photos are grabbed from one of my 3 live-streamed feeder cameras. Very cool. I've modified the cameras by replacing their lenses with higher quality, longer focal length lenses, and refocusing them for maximum sharpness at a set distance. This is so cool. Trekner, don't you have a Twitch channel? Does it show this? Is this what you show on your Twitch channel? Because if so, that is awesome. Let's have a look. Oh, that is so cool. Awesome. Yeah, let's copy that. Nice. That's super, super cool. Thank you for sharing, Trek Nerd. And here, let's do a follow here. Excellent. Superb. And now let's look up yellow-rumped warbler. Little scruffy, maybe. Interesting. Let's look them up on one zoom, too. And this is the Audubon subspecies, judging by the yellow throat. Interesting. Never went through. So, is there some... Do we have, like, a lot of vicariants there? Let's go to AVs. The Boyds. Bird. Here we go. Birds. Bird. Now, yellow-rumped warbler. I see... Oh, man. It's not popping up right away. Yellow-bellied warbler, papyrus yellow warbler, yellow-breasted warbler, yellow-throated woodland warbler, yellow-vented warbler, Does this warbler have like a yellow cloaca? Yellow-headed warbler? Yellow-streaked warbler? Yellow warbler? We need a genus and species name for this. If we want to figure this out. Yellow rumped warbler, Cetophagia, coronata. Coronata almost sounds like crowned. Let's try that. No results found. What? What? Huh. Lemon rump warbler, also called yellow rumped willow warbler. But that's a different genus? Maybe there's been some taxonomic shakeups in recent years. Huh. Lemon rumped warbler. I presume that that is color and not flavor. Getting referred to. Phyloscopus proregulus. So if it were a species placed into a new genus or something like that, then I would expect the species name to be the same. And it's not. I don't see coronata here. So, Gansu leaf warbler. This is our first bird of the day, and I'm already a little bit flummoxed. Who knew that warblers were so incredibly diverse? Old world warblers, there's 101 species? Bonkers. These are old world warblers. This might not even be... This implies that there are new world warblers and even more species. But here we're linking up with the bulbuls and the swallows and the babblers, so yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Swallows and martins. Let's just look up yellow warbler. Yeah. Well, there we go. Yeah, yellow warbler, which is not the same critter. Dendroica petetia. Chestnut-sided warbler. Blackpoll warbler. Blackburnian warbler. Okay, yellow rumped warbler is a regular North American bird species, commonly observed all across the continent. Let's look up Audubon's warbler. Maybe that'll take us there. Also known as the myrtle warbler, and there we go, there's that same species name. They're giving it a different genus name, Dendroica, but coronata. Interesting. Of all of these, I would presume that Wikipedia is more up to date because people will modify it all the time. If we click this here, it should go to, yeah, Cetophagia coronata, same critter. Cool. Also known as the myrtle warbler. See, this is why we use scientific names. Because the common names will change, not just between different languages, but even in different regions of the same country, where everyone ostensibly speaks the same language. Not everybody, but, you know. Yeah, But this is how we know it's the same critter. It's got the same species name. The genus name may have changed. These things shift when you get reevaluations of taxonomic groups. But yeah. Cool. Cool. And Pate B says traditionally, species of Cetophagia were recognized as belonging to the genus Dendroica. There you go. Yeah. beautiful photo here, by the way. Look at this. Trek Nerd, you've outdone yourself. We're watching the birds, and the birds are watching us back. How cool is that? Oh, yeah. And Trek Nerd says, I found some examples that were smooth and others that were scruffy. Could be something different. He almost just looks wet. Like he just came out of the bird bath. Yeah. Huh. Speaking of bird baths here. The same critter that we are 3D printing right now. This theropod dinosaur, I have a video here. How's that for a bird bath? This is at an Amtrak station. This is Amtrak, water bottle filling only, not for rinsing or washing. Here you have a bird who is once again fighting the power. You know, they like to do this. A lot of modern theropods have a rebellious streak. Sticking it to the man. There you go, Spartan. Yeah. So anyway, maybe he just got out of the bath. I don't know. But thank you, Trek Nerd. Excellent way to start off Thursday BIRDSday. Or Wednesday BIRDSday. Wednesday Wednesday? We'll see if we get any wrens. And for that matter, how far are the warblers from the wrens? Here's those warblers here. Wherefore art thou wrens? Troglodytes is the, nowhere close. That's nuts. Wow, okay. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Fascinating. Anyway, thank you, Trek Nerd. Let's continue on. Lenina says, I witnessed a tense encounter between two male grackles facing off in a parking lot. Here, Here, Trek Nerd, you might appreciate this. Oh. I witnessed a tense encounter between two male grackles facing off in a parking lot. They threw their beaks skyward in a show of intimidation and inched closer. When they were right next to each other, they both puffed up and started loudly vocalizing. Luckily, this ended peacefully when one decided a confrontation wasn't worth it and took off. Love my gracks. That is so cool. It is a grack-off, Rushwing. Look at that. Lunina, I love your grackle posts. Grack posting. Oh, man. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's find grackles on here. I wonder if I'll see more boat-tailed grackles when I'm out there. Or, sorry, Antillean grackles when I'm out there in Florida. Or if they're only in the Caribbean. Grackles. There you go. There's Quisculus, 6 species. And those are probably boat-tailed grackles? Which might be... Is that the same as a great-tailed grackle? Probably is. Are they also called boat-tails? Mexican grackle... Huh. Boat-tailed grackle is right here. How did I miss that? It's because it's got the wrong picture, that's why. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And you'll see boat-tailed grackles. They're here. Nice. I don't have one yet on iNaturalist. In fact, if we go to my iNaturalist posts, let's see. There we go. I have a greater Antillean grackle that I saw in Puerto Rico. But I don't even have a common grackle nor a boat-tailed grackle, so I'll see if I can log them when I'm in Florida. I might be in and around some parking lots. Chances are, while I'm there, we might see some boat-tailed grackles. That'd be cool. Nice. Anyway, thank you, Lenina, for posting. Good stuff. And you have 590 observations, Danny? Yeah, I know. I'll get more, Top Trike. I know that's not very many, but yeah. You know, hopefully I'll have a few species of marine turtle on here by month's end. We'll see. But I'll get those numbers up, I promise. Compare this with some of the other people on, yeah, like here's Pat Holroyd, my mentor at Berkeley. She's got 23,058 observations. Nowhere close to that. So, yeah. OtterDoIt says, I just started iNaturalist. I have 6, lol. 6 is 6 more than 0, you know? Yeah. And you like the nudibranch hibiscus? That was pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. I saw this in Monterey. A hooded nudibranch. Yeah. One or both native Suchians? I've been told, Alexander Morrison, that caimans occasionally make their way to Florida as well, either as escaped pets or maybe they crossed the sea. I don't know. But I've since returned it because it wasn't very good. But I had a guidebook to Florida wildlife that listed some kind of, it might have been a spectacled caiman, is being spotted in Florida. But again, the book wasn't very good. That's why I returned it. Yeah. And you should collect them on your next shift. Yeah, so OtterDoIt, I actually saw this in one of the enclosures, and I still logged it, but it was in the kelp forest enclosure, the kelp forest exhibit. Because that one has seawater that comes in from the bay, and so all of the tiny critters in there came directly from the bay. They were not placed in there by anybody. So I figured it was okay to log it. Because when else am I ever going to get a chance to log a nudibranch, you know? I don't spend enough time underwater or in tide pools. So yeah, and spectacled caiman. Let's see, yeah, do they show up in Florida? They've been introduced to the United States, Cuba, and cool critter. Anyhow, back to our birds though. Getting distracted. Thank you, Lenina, for posting. Good stuff. Snowdishi says, sounds like a business expense trip. Oh, you bet. I'm lucky my tax guy knows how to write that off. And Marika has got one of my favorite living dinosaurs. One that actually appears as part of our... Hang on, let me grab the mic source off of here. It appears in the Paleontologizing logo, in fact. Paleontologizing logo. Up there. There it is. I'll show it to you up close. There you go. Yeah. You see the magpie in there? Just under the letters L-Y and shortly. That is Pika Pika, the, wow, what do we call it in North America? We don't call it North American magpie. What do we call that critter? Black-billed magpie, there we go. Yeah, we call it obnoxious, says Hibiscus. They do have, they've got big personalities, these birds. Some might say obnoxious, others might say spirited. But they are fun to watch. When I moved to Bozeman, Montana, I was enthralled by these creatures. Just walking around like they own the place. These big long tails trailing behind them. Like, they look like an Archaeopteryx walking around. That big tail. I love them. They're so cool. Rushwing says, one day I'll see one IRL? I hope so. You know, when I was driving back from LA recently, I saw one in the Central Valley. Kind of near, like, near Stockton or Modesto? Or no, that not the... It was on Highway 5 on the way back up, like, past Fresno. This one's got a bunch of feathers missing from around the head and neck, so it looks kind of scruffy and got into a fight or something. That should be much more sleek and streamlined back there. But they're very vocal, and they just got so much personality, you know? It's fun to watch them interact with one another. I've told this story multiple times, but one time I was over visiting with Denver and Liz, and Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler, they're at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota now. But when they lived in Bozeman at the same time that I did, in Montana, I went over to visit them one like weekend morning, and there was this magpie on the house next door, and it was clinging to the side, like the stucco on the side of the apartment building. And it's sticking its head into this hole that it had packed in the side of the building, and it's just tearing out this insulation foam. It's just throwing this pink foam all over the place. And it very clearly wasn't looking for food or anything. It just wanted to, like, cause trouble and make a big mess. Like, they've got so much personality, these guys, you know? Parrot behavior, yeah, Rushwing, just... They've got a big old brain, and they need to keep it occupied, so they just mess stuff up. Kind of reminds me of another species. One that's also, is a penchant for mischief. Homo sapiens. Yeah. You've never seen them, Dirt or Bust? Oh, they're so cool. Magpies they're a lot of fun. They occur in North America. So in about half of the United States here, if you include Alaska, along the Aleutians, that's interesting, and also southwestern Canada, and that's funny, it doesn't really show them here in the Central Valley, but in the Central Valley of California, I know I've seen them about here. I don't know if there's a pioneer population there, or if there was a vagrant, or if the range actually just extends further than this. Yeah, I would scooch this a little bit further west, because that's where I saw one. Yeah. So every 2 to 3 days, there you go, Top Trek, yeah. Yeah. And Otterduit says you saw them near Fresno, or it probably wasn't near Fresno per se, it was further north than that, I bet. I want to say it was probably up near, like, Patterson. Here. Here we go. California. So it was along Highway 5, so I was driving back up from Anaheim. It was definitely south of Los Banos, I think. Yeah, it wasn't as far north as Patterson. It would have been down here along the 5. Actually, I think south of Pinochet Junction. It might have been around Kettleman City. That would make sense, actually. I think that's where it was near. Yeah. Maybe they're migrating? I don't know. There's got to be a ton of food around there, because it's an agricultural area. It generally stays pretty warm. They're probably just expanding their range, you know? That would be my guess. They're very opportunistic birds. I remember another story. One time, it was early on a Sunday morning. I got up and went to the dining hall at Montana State in Bozeman, Montana. And then here's 4 magpies causing trouble. I'm watching them, sipping some hot chocolate. And they're out on the ground in the snow. There's a ground squirrel that's coming up out of its burrow. And these 4 magpies are harassing it. So the ground squirrel, who is clearly, like, probably didn't think much of it to start with, but started to get really scared afterward. This ground squirrel is, like, charging at these magpies, and it would go after one, and then the magpie behind it would sneak up and pull on its tail. And then it would turn around and charge that magpie, and another magpie would come up behind it, pull on its tail. And they just kept doing this until the ground squirrel got utterly exhausted, and then they killed it and ate it. So these 4 magpies were just toying with this ground squirrel, and then it flops over exhausted, and they pull it apart and eat it. They are opportunistic animals. Yeah. So, yeah. I hope that doesn't sour anyone's perception of magpies. They are lovely creatures, but they are... I guess we're lucky they're not very much bigger. They'd probably eat us every once in a while. The source says, I thought the squirrel would fight them off. That's the thing, is the squirrel could have just retreated to its burrow, and it just didn't, you know? It just kept trying to chase off these magpies until it eventually got too tired, and then they ate it. Oh, yeah. Top Trek says, did not know they're capable of that. I mean, they're corvids. They're related to ravens and crows and jays and stuff. They're... Again, we're lucky they're not bigger. Yeah. And I'm not even sure those ground squirrels were endemic to, like, native to that area. They may have been introduced, so that would make me feel a little bit less bad for the ground squirrels too. Anyhow, Fake here says, this is wrong and makes no sense being posted here, but I will anyways. What is this? Who is this? That's really funny. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Flamingar. Thank you, Fake, for posting that. Lovely. And Nell has got a would-be thief. Tries to grab fallen sandwich crumbs, but be sly about it. A rock sparrow. Very cool. You know what this makes me wonder right here? Seeing this bird against this backdrop, it makes me wonder if he or she understands how well camouflaged he or she is against that backdrop. A lot of birds have extraordinary spatial awareness. I wonder if that extends to camouflage like this for, say, a sparrow, you know? Like, hey, I can get closer than normal to this big ape eating this sandwich. This ape can't see me. I wonder. And no, I didn't mean ape in a disparaging way. I mean, you know, we as human beings are part of Hominidae. That's, you know. You've been around this channel long enough to know. Anyway, rock sparrow. Where do these guys occur? Rock sparrow. We get rock wrens, where I do field work. But rock sparrow. Petronia. It's a different genus from the house sparrow, genus Passer. Rock sparrow. Huh. Wild. So they're apparently distinct from the other Petronias? And from the Montefringilla, which sounds like... what that sounds like. Snow finches? But these are not actual finches, are they? This is why we don't use common names. But rock sparrows, not closely related to genus Passer, the true sparrows? Interesting. That is super cool. By the way, Nell, this would be an excellent addition to iNaturalist if you're not on iNaturalist. Or if you are on iNaturalist, rather. But if you're not, you should be. Here, let's do a brief plug for iNaturalist. Such a cool thing. We'll be talking more about this over the next few weeks, especially as I go to Florida.
Okay, so you've installed the iNaturalist app and created an account. Time to get outside and record your...
It's free, by the way, and it's a way to... You know, sometimes you might say to... You know, you might shake your fist at some kids and say in an old crotchety voice, "You kids better get your noses out of those phones and go outside. Get some fresh air." Well, this is a way to use your phone to go outside and get some fresh air and commune with nature. iNaturalist is so cool.
Your first observation. Here's how to do it. Any living thing, like a plant, animal, or fungus, can be an observation on iNaturalist. Once you find something you'd like to record, just tap Observe and take a photo.
Like some lichen.
You can review your picture, then hit Next if it looks good. To identify it, hit What did you see? If you have an internet connection, iNaturalist will suggest 10 visually similar species and often a common ancestor. You can choose one of those or search for a species name.
So that's one of the coolest things about this is there's enough information in their database, enough observations that have built up over time, that oftentimes if you have a halfway decent photo, it'll be able to identify down to the species level what you're looking at. But there's more.
On this observation details screen, you can add more photos of the same organism or write a note.
Yep. But there's a social aspect to it too that really makes this special.
The date, time, and location have been automatically added.
Top Trek says it identifies for you? It tries to, yeah. Yeah, and it's often very good at it. But here's the thing is you should never trust something. Thank you, Peach Ghosty, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. You should never trust something that's fully automated like that. Like, you want an actual human being with thoughts in their head to be able to confirm or deny or offer some of those thoughts.
You can also change the geoprivacy of the observation.
Yep.
Mark whether it's captive or cultivated, or add it to a project.
Anywho, here's the thing.
Once you're finished, just hit share, and your observation will be uploaded for everyone to see and identify. That's it. Keep on exploring and sharing.
Well, so other people will be able to say, yeah, you got this right. I agree with your observation here, or your ID. Or they might go, well, no, it looks a little bit different. And this is what I was doing a little bit this morning. On iNaturalist. So here's a list of my identifications. And so did a lot of leatherback turtles this morning. Where's that skull? There's someone who posted a picture of a skull to iNaturalist and they thought it was a leatherback. And I said, that is not a leatherback. Here? No. But anyway, you can go on there and you can agree or disagree. You can offer up evidence if you want to, like put some text in there. But here we go. I did this for this right here. So this person doesn't have to be a picture of the organism itself. It could be evidence left by that organism, like these trails left by sea turtles here. So this person said, oh, the person who logged this, they said, I think these are sea turtles. And then this person says, I think it's a leatherback. And then this person says, maybe, could be a green or leatherback track. And I was looking at a bunch of photos of different tracks left by different species of sea turtle, which differ. Different species of sea turtle will leave different shaped tracks like this. That's frustrating. All these are on Facebook, so it won't let me embiggen them. But anyway, they've got very characteristic trails that they leave. Greens, loggerheads, leatherbacks, hawksbills, ridleys. And so I said, this looks too narrow for a leatherback, and it doesn't seem to have the staggered asymmetry of a loggerhead trackway. So I'd say it's probably a green. Anyway, at the end of this, all of these data accumulated in iNaturalist can be used by naturalists. There are a lot of scientists who will actually use this information as data as they're studying these critters. As scientists, we're often overworked and underpaid. We don't have a lot of resources. We can't be out there in the field all the time. So when enthusiastic members of the public are taking pictures of critters and and logging the time and the date and the location, you can give us a lot of good info on where these critters are at certain times of the year. Are they more common over here? Do they seem to be declining or growing in number? You know, are they out during the day or at night? Like, all of this is important information, and it's really cool that this kind of community science, citizen science as it's sometimes called, can be brought to bear on real scientific questions. iNaturalist is so cool, you know? Yeah. But yeah, it is like Pokemon Go, but for real creatures, and you're actually contributing to real science. I mean, iNaturalist is so incredibly cool. It's pretty nifty.
That word, but it's kind of fun to try. You want to go look for bugs? There are so many different things all around us. And once we learn their names, it changes the relationship. And there's the fungus. Robergia albicedra is the name of this, a fungus that's found just on ash juniper. Isn't that cool? I'll take a picture of it. Yes, snow on the prairie. Isn't that big? Isn't that a whopper? And this is Bombus pennsylvanicus, or the American bumblebee. Once we start seeing nature, we find that it's abundant. It's all around, all over the place. All right, flipping over some of these. Oh, there's so many opportunities all around us to be engaged with nature. So by using this tool, I learn the names of these critters, and I start to see them all over the place.
Yep.
And I learn my neighbors, my natural neighbors.
It reminds me of a thing, given that we're here on Twitch. There was like a tweet, probably from like a decade ago, that's always stuck with me. I wonder if I can find that real quick. No, I can't find it. Anyway, it was somebody posting about a video game about, it's like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. It permanently rewired my brain, and I now see public spaces in an entirely different way. Where it's like, oh, I could take my skateboard, I could grind down that ramp, or I could jump these steps, or like, this could be used as a half pipe. It modified my brain, and now I see the world in a different way, and it's permanent now. That's kind of like what iNaturalist can do for you if you use it enough, where you're recognizing nature all over the place, you know?
By using this tool, I learn the names of these critters, and I start to see them all over the place. And I learn my neighbors, my natural neighbors. So by using the app, it's a teaching tool, and it's a learning tool as well.
Yeah.
So do you know the tarantula killers? Yeah.
That's not a band, it's a kind of wasp.
Exactly. This is one of the spider wasps, so it's in that same group, Pompilidae.
Oh yeah, Tarantula Killer. Their first album was really good, and then they fell off, you know?
Way to go. Good call. Sarah, perfect. Perfect, Sarah, that's awesome. I think that the app is a great way to engage with nature. It's also a way to engage with other people, other naturalists. Are you Jada? Hi, Jada, Sam. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. On iNaturalist, got your 1000th not long ago.
Nice. She's way ahead of me. Shoot.
And I think it's just that repetition. Like, it's just the repetition works, repetition works, repetition works. Okay, but there are millions of users around the planet that are using this tool to engage with nature.
Yep.
So good. So the best way that I hold these guys is...
Anyway, just incredibly cool. iNaturalist. And if you're on there, you can follow me if you want to. I don't think it has like a tally for followers, but if this is a way to get people excited about this, then there we go, you know? There's my profile there. If I can get more people interested in nature, more people engaged with our natural neighbors, like Sam said in that video, I'll be happy, you know? It is like Pokemon Go, but in my humble opinion, way cooler. Not to rag on Pokemon or anything. Might not be my cup of tea, but for a lot of folks it is. There's a whole big wide world out there with all kinds of amazing critters. You can learn their names, you can learn to appreciate them, notice them, and also gather data that will be used for scientific projects. And it's like a game. It's so cool. Anyway. Anyhow, iNaturalist. It's even just fun to browse. Like, yeah. So we can look up. I don't know, let's look up. Oh, we were talking about whether or not there's spectacled caimans in Florida. Let's try that. Spectacled caiman in Florida. That's in the new tab. There we go. And yeah, there you go. Spectacled caiman. This one looks like it's in the course of being captured. But there it is. Near, what is this? Between Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood, Florida? There you go. Yeah. And Yakara and dwarf caiman as well in Florida? Nuts. Yeah. But see here, there's this little pink exclamation mark. Introduced in Broward County, Florida. Arrived in the region via anthropogenic means. People brought it there. And holy cow, this guy's got 10,000 observations. Shoot. So anyway, that's my pitch. iNaturalist is super, super cool, and they don't even pay me to say this. It's pretty awesome. If you want to learn more about the critters around you, develop an eye and a brain for that, this is a fantastic way to do it. And there you go, Rushwing. Yeah, I should start posting my own. I mean, you've got great photos, Rushwing. I think people would enjoy it. It's also really cool for when you travel, you know? Like, you get excited about all the different plants and animals and other organisms that you'll see when you go to a new place. It's just another source of joy and wonder for your daily life. And I'm all about that, you know? Anyway, back to our birds. Speaking of sources of joy and wonder. Thank you, Nell, for posting this lovely rock sparrow here. And there you go, Cacklin's Wharf. Yeah, shoot, we gotta continue on. Cacklin's Wharf has got... Cacklin's Wharf is like, get to my entry. Here we go. Excellent. 2 bird moments stand out on this one. There are, of course, many more bird encounters throughout the video. We've got a Eurasian nuthatch, Sitta europaea, doing their thing right in front of the camera at 9:18. So visible, but not tiny but dark. Okay. And then 3510, a chaffinch, I think, flying upwards from the stem of a blossoming tree. And we end up on 2 long-eared owls. Nice. All right, 9:18 and 3510. Let's go 9 minutes and 35 minutes. Let's see here. Oh, love that public transit. Good stuff. Does this mean you took the train here? Awesome. All right. 9 minutes here. Who is this again? Eurasian nuthatch. Right here? Oh. Movement. Nice. So a flitty little bird, just not easy to photograph, but cool to see. Nuthatches are so much fun. They're the ones who will they hang upside down from trees or like go head first down tree trunks and stuff. Am I remembering correctly? Is it nuthatches who do that? The birds who walk on the stems of the tree. Nice. Yeah, on the trunk. Yeah. Very cool. Here. Nuthatch on trunk. There we go. Yeah, going head first down tree trunks. Oh, they're so funny. There's a white-breasted nuthatch there. Most birds don't do this. And tree creepers just walk up. Nuthatches walk up and down. Nice. Yeah, cool. Awesome. All right, and at 35 minutes, we've got more birdage. There we go. There's those long-eared owls. Is that what they were called? Very cool. Just hanging out. They're like, you don't see me. Nice. Oh. There's our little bird. Is that the chaffinch there? Bigger than I thought it would be. Huh. Cool. They probably don't have to worry too much about the owls. Although, smaller birds will mob owls, even though owls don't seem to eat many other birds, at least not where I live. Birds just don't like when you've got a larger carnivorous bird around, I suppose. Very cool, Cacklinsdorf. Thank you for posting. Oh, by the way, here's a link if anybody wants to watch this whole thing, which I would recommend if you want to see birds in the Netherlands. If you want to just experience a place like this, really chill kind of way, this is a lovely way to do it. And thank you, Cacklinsdorf, for posting. Excellent. Let's give that a thumbs up. Nice. This has more views than most of my Twitch VODs. And you only posted it 3 days ago? This is great. Thank you, Cacklinsdorf, once again. Alright. From Lady Fiend, we've got wild kookaburras. So I try not to show TikTok videos because oftentimes that'll, like, when I put the Twitch VOD up on YouTube, it really seems to not like when I have TikTok videos on there. I don't know if they have some way to recognize that or something, but yeah, so I'm gonna skip this one. I hope that's okay. But yeah. And Pogo Wogo says, I heard owl's eyes are more like cones or cylinders. Is this true? I think they do tend to bulge. Yeah. Yeah, so when you look at the sclerotic ossicles on an owl, it's pretty dramatic. So these are the bones inside the eyeball. It's pretty impressive, honestly. And I don't think they can move their eyeballs much in their sockets. So there you go. There's the sclerotic ring. You've got the fleshy part of the eye that goes over that. Hems and cornea. They do have big bulgy eyes. It's funny when a website like this one is about owls, it's called World of Owls. To protect their eyes, owls are equipped with 3 eyelids. So is every other bird. That's not a special owl thing. In fact, it's not even just a bird thing. That's probably a thing that goes back to Archosauria in general. Because crocs have that too. They've got the one eyelid on top and one below, just like we have, but they also have the sideways nictitating membranes that go across. So it's not just something that birds have, it's something that archosaurs have, so crocs too. And in between the base of Archosauria and birds, you have the non-avian dinosaurs. They would have had this as well. So yeah. Anywho, very cool. So it's not just owls. Birds and crocs and the ancestors of birds. Dinosaurs, not just theropods, but presumably all dinosaurs. Had 3 eyelids too. Further drop says, had this little guy visit the feeder. Ooh, that is... Is that a hairy woodpecker or a... Oh goodness. A Nuttall's woodpecker? I bet you somebody identified it here, but let's go to the woodpeckers. We talked the other day about how they've got, like most birds, they have 4 digits on their hind limbs. They've got 4 toes, but with woodpeckers, they rotate digit 3 to the back, so they have 2 in the front and 2 in the back. They're more specious than I realized. Very cool. But neat for their job. Yeah, this is some kind of... It's like a hairy or a... I think it's too small to be a pileated. Right? This is my guess, but I don't know my woodpeckers well enough. Yeah, zygodactyl. There you go, Alexander Morrison. That's what that's called. Yeah, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. I'd forgotten about that, but yeah, parrots have this too. Pretty neat. Yeah, do you have woodpeckers in Australia? Rushwing, do you get them down there? I wonder if kookaburras fill some of those niches. Except for Australia, New Guinea, New Zealand, and Madagascar, they're found all over the world. And not in Antarctica either, obviously. But yeah. Cool. Anyway, thanks for their drop. Yeah. Only time I've seen them are in Japan. It's cool that you've been to Japan. Neat. I just had a woodpecker show up at the feeder the other day, and I used a new tool to get a pretty good shot of it. A few pretty good shots, actually. I got a mechanism that allows me to mount my phone onto my spotting scope. Pretty good. This is a Nuttall's woodpecker, and if I can't get a better shot of it soon, I'll post it to iNaturalist. I'll post this one to iNaturalist, but I'm hoping I can get an even better shot. Yeah. But, yeah. You know what this reminds me of, actually? With the shape like that? spinning badger thing. No, top trike. No. Goldeneye is, there's several kinds of duck that are called goldeneyes. And they're, a lot of fun. Don't get too close to them, though. And don't look at them through a rifle barrel? Is that how... I never quite understood that. Like, why is there blood inside of the rifle barrel? The blood must have had to go everywhere to, like, go in through the... how that works. Yeah, but here's the golden eyes over here. Point blank, I guess so, Alexander, yeah. Yeah. The common golden eye and the Barrow's golden eye. Bucephala is the genus, which is the same genus as the bufflehead. That's why this whole group is called golden eyes. Even though this one's called a bufflehead, they're all part of genus Bucephala. So when we say that a bufflehead is a kind of golden eye, it's because it's part of genus Bucephala. Yeah. Nail polish in the scope. There you go, Super Kaijin. Yeah. And Titanoboa having feathers? No, snakes don't have feathers. Feathered serpents are not really a thing. Quetzalcoatl notwithstanding. But anywho, thank you for the drop for the woodpecker there. And Cacklin's has got a carrion crow in Amsterdam's Vondel Park, teaching us kids about the importance of personal hygiene. Yeah, this is the scruffiest looking corvid I have ever seen, I think. Some grooming. Nice. Hey, you gotta clean yourself up, bud. Nice. That's great. Thank you, Acklandsdorf. Good stuff. Pursue says third attempt was the charm for getting a brief shot of this pied wagtail. Oh, cool. Now, what does pied mean? Like a pied-bill grebe? We get those where I live. Just like how glaucous. Glaucous is an adjective. Pied is too. Pied. Having two or more colors, especially black and white. Well, okay. That makes sense. Here's a pied avocet. Checks out. Cool. Yeah. Wait, so was the Pied Piper also dichromatic? Is that the idea? Oh, maybe. Although that's more than two colors there. He's got two. He's got one. I wonder if it's the same root word. Yeah. Anyway, interesting. Thank you, Pursue, for sharing this pied wagtail with us. Is it wagging its tail? Kind of. But you can see the dark and light colors. Looks like black or dark gray, and then white. Good stuff. Huh. Huh. Pileated woodpecker at first, but there's some differences. Interesting, Alro. Huh. Pileated and downy woodpeckers in central Michigan from Yeeman. Oh, so the pileated, these ones get big, right? Are these the ones who, they get mistaken frequently for, ivory bills? Yeah, that's the pileated. Man, that is a substantial bird there. Here's the downy, who's going to be much smaller. Maybe? Oh, no, here we go. No. So there's the downy there, much smaller. And there's the pileated, who is huge. And then there's the pileated. Yeah. Careful, he could total that thing. Oh, jeeps. Yeah. Thanks for posting. It's cool when birds interact with cars in a way that the bird chooses to do. If the bird doesn't want to do it, then that's not cool. But if the bird chooses to interact with the car, I always find that fun to watch. Yeah. So, pileated woodpeckers are pretty big, but ivory bills used to get significantly larger. They're extinct now, famously. Driven to extinction primarily through deforestation. But, man, they were big. Yeah. They used to attack my chimney every so often? Yeah, they'll do that. They'll do that. Yeah. And Lordy has got, oh boy, a goldfinch for us. A lesser goldfinch, I believe. Look at this beautiful photo. Very nice. Very nice, Lordy. Lesser goldfinch there. Here we go. No, not goldfish, goldfinch. Puggo Wuggo. Cardulus saltria. A lesser goldfinch. Looks kind of like a tree branch here. Yeah. Here we go. There's a male right there with the black cap on his head, and there's the female. Looks just like the one that Lordy posted. Very nice. That's lovely. Good stuff. Mechaholic has got a Western bluebird? Mr. Bluebird on the Weber. There we go. I want to say this is a Western bluebird. He's got the orange belly. Yeah, Bingar. As opposed to the Eastern bluebird, who is much cooler colored in terms of like color theory. Oh wait, no? Hang on. Eastern and Western. Yeah, Mountain Bluebird is the one I was thinking of, who's like all blue. But Western Bluebird is blue down to the shoulders, essentially. And the eastern bluebird has got an orangish throat. So let's revisit this. Blue down to the shoulders. I'm going to say western bluebird. Nice, Megaholic. Thanks for posting. Feel free to correct me if you live in the eastern part of North America. I could be wrong. I don't know. But yeah. Cool. Cool. Alexander Morriston has got more avian slow-mo, got a pair of potential Carolina chickadees. Engaging in slowed-down combat. Next is an audio feast of slowed bird calls. Another rightmost bird in the tree branch is a mockingbird. The others I couldn't identify. Music by Brian Eng. Let's have a look-see here. Are those the Carolina chickadees fighting? They're really going at it. Although that looks kind of like a house sparrow. Huh. Oh, that's cool. Mockingbirds? Very cool. Neat stuff. Here's a link if anybody else would like to engage with that. Thank you, Alexander Morrison. Good stuff. Imagine these sounds echoing in a valley forest. It's like we're back in the Mesozoic, you know? It's super cool. Thank you, Alexander, once again. I hope to see some Carolina chickadees when I'm out there. Let's see. Mizart Rules has got a rooster for us. Gallus. A regal bird here. Lovely. That's really neat. Thank you, Mizart Rules. Is this squash or is this watercolor here? Well done. Super cool. Thanks for sharing with us, Mizart Rules. Excellent work. Here. Nice. Oh, and it wasn't Downy Woodpecker earlier. I thought it was a hairy. But nice, Neverwinter. Cool. And Rushwing says, I've always been jealous of people posting birds of prey in their yard. Today, however, I got to join the club. This is either a collared sparrowhawk or a brown goshawk? Goshawk. Sadly, I didn't get a good look at the tail or the feet, which would have been helpful in identifying. I was too busy staring agape at the fact that there was a hawk on my roof. That is super cool, and he or she looks a little bit taken aback as well. Wide-eyed there. This is lovely, Rushwing. Very cool. And those have got to be really similar if they're that difficult to tell apart. Goshawk and a collared sparrowhawk. Let's see. I'm guessing they're like sister taxa. But genus Accipiter, so they are related to the Laurasian accipitarids, hawks and eagles, even though you're down there in the southern hemisphere. Collared sparrowhawk, Accipiter cyrocephalus. Cyrocephalus sounds like cloud-headed or something like that. Almost like cirrus clouds, I wonder. Spot-tailed goshawk, Japanese sparrowhawk, and
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Ocean185, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Holy cow, that's a recurring sub right there. Thanks for the pledge of ongoing support. I really appreciate that. And Lady Fiend, thank you for the 29 months of support
going nuts
there.
at the bird feeder on the front porch right now.
Nice.
I'm trying to take a picture of the starling too.
Excellent. Well, if you get it done in the next few minutes, we might be able to feature it. Yeah, let's continue. Rushwing. This is awesome, though. Brown goshawk. I wonder if this is the spot-tailed goshawk. Sulawesi in Indonesia. No. Chested. Chilean hawk. It's funny how wide-ranging these guys are. Northern and southern hemisphere. The Cypterids get around. Yeah. That's super cool, Rushwing. And again, what a gorgeous photo. Welcome to the Birds of Prey in the Backyard Club there. Very cool. Excellent. Dr. Terminator says, my guess is that this is a kestrel. Oh, hang on.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Modder Paul Scambates, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontology.
Search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are doing Thursday BIRDSday a day early this week, because tomorrow is going to be our big 6-year streamiversary special that I'm very excited about. But yeah, we're taking a look at some of these lovely birds that members of this community have posted. How was your stream, Modder Paul? I hope it was real good. Welcome back. Yeah, that does look like a kestrel. Right? Nice. Oh! Nice. Oh, that's super cool. Here, normally when I see American kestrels, they're kind of more upright like this, but I don't know where you took this footage. He's looking. So, and scratching. So I don't know. I don't know if posture is a good indicator. But very nice, Dr. Tara. Very nice. Thanks for posting. Yeah. And Cacklin's Werf has got, oh, Neil Sparrowhawk here? Oh, this is neat. No, that's a woodpecker right there. Right? And is this a great tit or a blue tit? Am I looking at this wrong? Yeah, great spotted woodpecker. There we go. Cacklinsworth was talking about Rushwing's bird. There we go. Okay. I'm back on track now. Apologies for the confusion. Mixing up 2 messages, yeah. Yeah. You're good now. But very nice. Woodpeckers are so funny. Great spotted woodpecker. A blue tit. Nice. Neverwinter's got a wood thrush. Holy cow. Look at this. Some serious cleavage going on there. A wood thrush. Hylocycla mustelina from John Hines National Wildlife Refuge in May of 2023. The wood thrush has one of the most beautiful songs in North America, if not the world. That's a big claim there. You can hear a sample of it here. This had better not be a Rickroll, Neverwinter.
Hold on to your butts.
The One Piece anime
Dude, I don't think that's the right link. Huh. Did I do something wrong? No, that is just the wrong link, I think. Huh. One Piece rolled. This is the thing kids are doing now? No. Try this one, says Claire. Oh boy. Moving on. Lovely bird, though. Thank you, Neverwinter. Yeah. Charcone says, we hardly get Baltimore Orioles here in St. Louis. Presume you get St. Louis. This one was an exciting find. We only knew to put out an orange glazed with grape jelly because there was one here last year at this time, ripping the bee guard off of the hummingbird feeder. Nice. I saw an oriole, a western oriole, or whatever kind we get here in coastal California, but I saw one down the street from where I lived the other day. I should probably put out an orange with some grape jelly. Nice. I love the ginger light. What a funny creature. You know, some of them theropods, yeah, they love the sweets, Freshwing. Yeah. That's really cool. That's very cool. And here we go. Thank you, Spartan. Just a wood thrush? What was it? I could see it being a thrush. It feels kind of robin-like. I know our American robins are thrushes. Yeah, wood thrush, that's what it says. Very nice. Thank you, Spartan, for tracking that down and not rickrolling me. Lovely. Yeah. Your favorite bird call, Sister Herbust. Yeah. Are they related to meadowlarks? Was it spotted? Spotted wood thrush? Wood thrush. I wonder if meadowlarks are related, because a meadowlark song sounds similar to me. But I'm not great with bird song. Thrush? Western meadowlark. Okay, they're not very close. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. My local blackbird just showed up hearing that. Nice, Retro. Oh, you got it playing through the speakers? Nice. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, Charcone, for posting. And Salamander's got some Archosaur anarchy going on here. We've got courting gators and their very disgruntled neighbors. And things are really warming up there in Rhode Island if you've got gators that far north. Should we be worried, Salamander? At the very tail end of the gators, calling it the start of video 2. And no, I wasn't hoping the other people would get eaten by the gators. The trailhead was closed, so we're being mauled by mosquitoes. Oh, I know you're down in Florida right now. Yeah. Gators. Nice. I cannot wait to see some... Oh! Big ol' heron. Or egret.
Oh, right. Reading the gators?
Very cool. Osprey families. Oh, nice. Oh, and the fish crows. You were able to see the fish crows, Salamander? So I've heard that the fish crows are really difficult to identify unless you see them next to an American crow. Because it's the size.
Yeah, they can get bit instead of us.
It's the size that distinguishes them, right? Fish crows are smaller? That's what I've read anyway. This is cool. Oh, I can't wait to get out there to Florida. Holy moly. Gators. And they're moving too. Like, they're stationary for so much of their day, usually. So it's cool to see them moving around.
Ireland.
Huh. Great blue heron?
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
I see penguins. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And happy early Thursday BIRDSday here. What happened there? Sound better, yeah. Are those more grackles flying by? It looked like it. It looked like we had long, ornate tails on them. This is so cool. Nice. And ospreys, yeah, we've got an osprey nest up here. Super, super cool. Look at all this, Salamander. Shoot, we've got archosaurs galore.
Should we start walking back as cool as this is?
Yeah, let's complete the loop and then head back the other way.
Very cool. I'm so excited to go to Florida. Thank you for sharing with us, Salamander. Excellent. So many osprey. And there were anhingas too. Were they flying by? That would make sense. Boat-tailed grackles. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is rad. Thank you. And Lordy says same guy's different behavior here. Oh. So I know what this is going to be. So Lordy has been growing these plants in a garden, and some of the larger leaves on these plants have been developing these weird holes, and I'm like, that looks like insect damage. There's some kind of buggo who's chewing through these. And Lordy says, no, I think it might be the birds. And I'm like, birds don't do that. They would never. Here they are, pecking holes in the leaves. Why, goldfinches? Why? We give you so much food. Why would you do this? Caught red-handed. Red-winged. Thank you, Lordy, for posting. And, Dirter Bus says, I don't have the best camera, but you don't have to. These are still great photos. Sometimes I get a shot of the many birds in my area, currently near Yosemite. Very cool. There's a goofy acorn woodpecker. And he is being goofy. Look at this shot right here. Oh, they're so much fun. Woodpeckers are, oh man, they're such characters, you know? Oh boy. That's lovely. Thank you, Dirter Bust. They like acorns and live above 2,000 feet. Nice. They're so funny. Thank you for posting. Yeah. And Cackling Surf says, okay, Danny, you asked for it. Wednesday it is. 22 minutes after the crow wash. In reality. Nice. We have a wren for Wednesday. Lovely. What kind of wren, though? It's so funny looking. Look at those long, leggy legs. Here, who might that be? Let's go to the wrens. There's only a few species of them, right? We should be able to figure out who it is. Wren in Rome do as the wrens do. Winter wren, Cobb's wren. It's not a mountain wren. It's probably not going to be a rufous-browed wren. Could be a winter wren, Troglodytes. Anytime that you get like a double moniker like this, where the genus name matches the species name, often that's either like the one member of its family that's known, or it's one that it's found in Europe. Because when Europeans first started naming these things, like old Carl von Carolus Linnaeus, he started off close to home, naming all the critters around Europe. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's a winter wren. I bet you it is. Let's see. Cobb's wren, house wren, Revilla Giguero wren, mountain wren, Santa Marta wren. I bet you it's a winter wren. Where do they live? We know when they live, in the winter. But where? It's the only member of the wren family found in the Old World. Well. That's it. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah. In Dutch, we call them winter kings. That's a cool name. Yes. I'm the king of winter. Watch as I feed my young. That's neat. I like that. Thank you, Cacklingsworth, for posting. A wren for Wednesday BIRDSday. Wednesday BIRDSday? Wednesday wren. Anyway. You've made it a Wednesday BIRDSday. Thank you for doing that. Out of only 10 species in the world, you found the only one in Europe. And Freddy has got an LBB for us, a little brown bird. Is this a starling? What is this? Mystery bird. Yeah. That's interesting. Thank you, Coldrake, for posting that. Lesser goldfinches cut holes in large leaves, especially sunflowers, to eat the plant tissue as a salad supplement to their diet. They target the tender, nutrient-rich parts near the petiole, often leaving a skeletonized, lace-like pattern behind. So I was thinking this is like insect damage. this. I thought it was bugs doing this. You know? But nope, goldfinches. Who would have thought? It's wild. Thank you, Coldrake. Yeah. Gwyber says this little guy was too fast to catch up on the bird bath, but settled on the hills, shot through the dirty glass, but if I had one outside, it would have flown. Huh? Are these song lyrics or something? That sailed over my head. No, you're just a poet, Gwyber. You mean you shot the photo through dirty glass, but if I'd gone outside, it would have flown. This reads like a beat poem, you know? Like you read it like a beatnik. This guy was too fast to catch, man, on the bird bath, but settled on the hills, shot through the dirty glass. But if I had gone outside, it would have flown. As it is, he still spotted me, man. It's Kookaburra. This is great. Thank you, Gwyber. Oh man, I wish we had these where I live. Or it's cool that they are where they are. I don't know. We don't need to bring them to California. But the world's largest species of kingfisher. Laughing Kookaburra. Very cool. Thank you, Gwyber. And Ladyfin, you succeeded. We've got a housefinch and a bluebird. Nice. Male housefinch. Male western bluebird, right? Because the blue goes down to the shoulders. Very nice. Well done. Yeah. Bro time. Yeah, there you go, Paid B. It's just two dudes chilling at the bird feeder. Yeah.
Two bros chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart, cause they're not gay.
Yeah. That's funny. Thank you, Lady Fiend, for posting. What does it say, Aaron? Nice. Puggo Wuggo has got a macaw I drew in February at the end of chemistry class. Nice. Very personable looking macaw there. Lovely. Wing down. Wing up. Nice. Thanks for posting. Bird art. Perfectly acceptable for Thursday BIRDSday. In Central Florida, Spiggle here. It's got this. It's a sort of ardeated bird, maybe a snowy egret. Super cool. No gators detected. Safe to be over here by the bank. Nice. And Puggo Wuggo, 2 chicken girls from the hit franchise Five Nights at Freddy's. Interesting. Not many, kind of missing flight feathers on those arms, huh? Counts like it. Is that a kneaded eraser there? I love a kneaded eraser. Play-Doh, but for graphite. The Lady Fiend says, I don't know how I caught it. There you go. Look at that. What a lovely way to wrap up Wednesday BIRDSday here. A starling in flight. Just glancing at the camera for a split second before bolting away to parts unknown, and we've got that same male house finch there. Nice. Very cool. And that concludes Wednesday BIRDSday. Lovely. I should wrap this up because I've got emails and stuff to send. I got a lot of things to do. Let's commence our Wednesday stream here. Let's wrap things up, and please, if you can, show up tomorrow for an extra special stream. It is our yearly streamiversary special tomorrow, celebrating 6 years of paleontologizing here on Twitch. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited for that, and I hope you are too. I hope you can be here for that if you want to be. That's why we did Thursday BIRDSday on Wednesday, because tomorrow it's our streamiversary. Anyway, let's run our credits here. Find somebody to raid into. I bet your Reiko is on. Thank you to everybody who's about to appear in our credits. From new followers, to raiders, to moderators. Thank you for making these streams possible. There's Reiko. But thank you, new followers and raiders, for finding the channel and showing up and hanging out. Hope to see you again soon. To the subscribers and the resubscribers, the people who subscribed for the first time today, thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. Thank you to the resubscribers, those folks who come in here again and again and continue to support science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate that tremendously. And that's the reason I can do this full time. Is because of your support.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
I appreciate those 500 bits. Thank you, Lilith Obo. Thank you for those folks who cheered with bits today. Every little bit counts. No pun intended. Thank you for making it possible for me to do this full time. I feel incredibly lucky and grateful, obviously. Thank you for that. Thank you to the moderators who consistently show up and make sure that this remains a safe and welcoming community for anybody who wants to come in and learn about the history of life on Earth from 4 billion years ago until the present. Thanks for making this community what it is, moderators. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, Coldrake, for the 200 bits there. Thank you, thank you. And again, I hope you'll join me tomorrow for our streamiversary special. But until then, everybody, let's go hang out with Rhacodactylus, who is a cognitive scientist. And he's doing some science outreach today. Let's go see what he's up to. All right, take care, everybody.